Trustee Bear? Here. Trustee Bettinger? Here. Trustee Johnson?
Here.
Trustee Knutson?
Here.
Trustee Mick?
Here.
Trustee Pattison?
Here.
And Mayor Bachman.
Here. Okay, once again, I'm going to remind everybody that before you speak, turn on your microphones, because without the mics on, it doesn't get recorded on YouTube and people can't hear. All right. Next on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to that effect?
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Yes, Michelle.
May I make a motion regarding the next agenda? Or would there be a better time to do that?
Oh, let's deal with this right now, and we're just going to deal with this agenda. All right. Any other discussion? Yes, Suzanne, this is about approving the agenda only. Please come to the microphone and turn it on.
I would like to ask that item number 12, open meetings law review, be postponed until after your SRSA training. I think there could be interesting information that you received during the training that would help you more fully assess the information that's being presented to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Suzanne. Anybody want to amend the agenda? Michelle.
Yep. I move that we table the open meetings law review until the meeting immediately following our SRSA training.
Do I have a second on that amendment?
Second.
Any discussion on that? All right, all in favor of amending the... Oh, I'm sorry, Dave.
I just wanted to point out that continuing education is important, and so we have some information in here we could discuss, and it might help us come up with better questions when we have that person here to see this going on. So for me, I'm not in favor of that motion because I think it should stay on the table as much as possible. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right. We have a motion to amend the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Nay.
Nay.
All right, that motion fails. So now we're back to the approval of the agenda.
I agreed with Dave's comment.
Okay. All right. So we're on the approval of the agenda. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, moving on to announcements. I've got a couple. First off, the town has received notification of its American Rescue Plan allocation for minor cities, and we are getting from DOLA $369,232.79. And this just comes to the town as we get it in two tranches, half each, one in 2021, one in 2022. And the exciting thing about this money is we can use it for water infrastructure. And we just have to do a report at the end of the year back to DOLA on what we spent this money on. So this is a very propitious amount of money in a good time to use it. And I also wanted to let you know that the smoke that we've had around today has not been from Colorado. It is blowing up from New Mexico and Arizona, so we are not on fire yet. Anything else? I think that's all I have. Again, please, I request that if you want to be heard by the board, if you want to make a comment, then please raise your hand and be recognized by the chair. And then come to the podium and state your name. If you ask questions from the floor, people cannot hear you, don't know what you're saying. Please, let's follow the rules of order. All right, anybody else have an announcement? Yes, Michelle.
Not an announcement, just asking again if now's an appropriate time to make a motion regarding our next agenda. There's nowhere really in our agenda to do that.
Okay, make your motion.
I move that we add the water study to our next meeting agenda, and that any communication regarding modifications to the water study be made public and put in the packet as well.
Okay, do I have a second on that?
I second it.
All right, discussion.
See, the water study is already public, correct?
Yes.
And I believe there was a Cora request for any correspondence that we had,
Yes.
so that could be made public anyway, since it's
Right.
already a Cora request. It's pretty much done.
Any other comments? Yes, Tammy.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I did find a couple of errors that I thought it's really unfortunate they're getting out into the public because they could be continued and spread. So, yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, other comments from the board? Yes, Karen.
Don't they have a revised report already coming to us in August?
Yes, that is when the final report should be coming to us.
I don't know what you want to study before then. The thing is already out, what we have, the preliminary. So I don't know what we're bringing it to the board for.
Michelle?
So we bring a lot of draft documents before the public, ordinances, budgets, contracts, and give the public an opportunity to ask questions and discuss those documents even before they're final. And I think we should do the same in this case and be as transparent as possible with our process around the water study, which is why I think not only through a Cora request, but just proactively, if we're requesting changes to the document, I think all of those should be made public as well and give the public an opportunity to review, comment, ask questions, and the board an opportunity to comment. I don't think any of us think this is going to be a one and done kind of discussion. So it's an important topic. I think the earlier we can get it on agendas and begin the discussion, the more quickly we can take action.
Any other comments from the board? Yes, Mick.
Yeah, I agree with Michelle. I think it's just like we voted on with the open laws review. The more we can discuss it, the better off we all are going to be.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I do have a comment. I think, I've got some mixed feelings about this, but, the less misinformation that is out there, the better. And there are already rumors circulating out there about how we're going to jury rig the numbers and how we're going to make this slanted the way we want it. And I agree. I think an open discussion where we look at the faults of the study right now and make sure they are identified as faults in the study, then we can get things open and better transparency overall. All right, anything from the public? Yes, please stand, come to the podium, state your name, turn on the microphone.
Okay. My name's Joni Hunt, and I'm just wondering, since it is such a hot topic, whether that can be advertised or whatever you call it as, hey, by the way, this will be discussed, and maybe we get a better turnout. A thought.
Thank you.
And what did you do?
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Bruner.
Bill Bruner, 608 2nd Street. I appreciate the desire for the faults to be pointed out, but I wouldn't go into this with the assumption that it's a flawed study, other than that it is based on insufficient data, which is on the town's responsibility. I would hope that that which is valid in the report will be emphasized more than what's invalid. I mean, just leave that behind. Let's just talk about what it actually says, please. And the other thing is Zoom presentations for these reports I believe is insufficient. I think the town should book the Paradise, make the engineer an offer he can't refuse to come down here and make a public presentation, and when he's done, take question and answer, and then the board take the stage and take question and answer from the community. Thank you.
And I think that would be a brilliant suggestion, but I suggest we save that until we get our final report, and then we can bring the engineer down, and they are going to come and do a report for us. So yeah, the Paradise and the whole 9 yards when we get the final report, I think is a good idea. All right, anything else? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to put the water study on the motion is to place the JDS Hydro draft study on the next agenda. Yeah.
And to include any requests for modification in the packet so the public is aware of that as well.
Okay, so that the full proposal is,
transparency.
the full motion is to put the JDS Hydro preliminary study on the agenda, and in the packet the study as well as any recommendations for changes. Is that correct? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, the only other thing I have is to talk about community kudos. We had a wonderful private citizen who stepped forward and came and not only bought all the plants for the planters, but came and helped plant them and has been helping water them on a weekly basis. And what a wonderful thing to do. And her plan is if we can keep them alive this year, she wants to put out 11 planters next year and see if we can do that. The other thing is to recognize the businesses who will be watering these planters over the weekend. And that is Rio Bravo, KVNF, Heart of the Dragon, and Farm and Home. And thank you to all those businesses as well for helping to keep our community looking beautiful. All right. That being said, anybody else have an I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Duh. And that, yes, we did have a successful spring cleanup. We did have a couple of bumps on the way. And because of those bumps, we are going to reconfigure the whole idea for in the fall. It'll probably, and this is, I'm just throwing this out, just it could be a one-day thing. People put their garbage out on their garbage day. It gets picked up for their single garbage day. And instead of, we're not going to do the dumpsters anymore. It just was too much of a mess. Okay, thank you, everybody, for keeping me on track. All right, anyone on the board have an announcement aside from Michelle's little thing? Nope, looking good. All right, let's move on to recognitions of visitors and guests. This is the time in our agenda when people have a chance to speak on anything that is not on the agenda. Please come up and state your name and address, and then if you want further information from the staff, please put your name on the sign-up sheet in the back of the room so that staff can have contact information. All right. Who would like to address? We have one. Is there anybody else who would like to address the board? There's 2, 3, 4. All right, I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes apiece. All right. Paige, you're up first.
Paige Smith, 215 Delta Avenue, and I'm doing this as a guest because this issue is not on the agenda, nor is it in the administrator's report or the Public Works report, and that is that Travis took his test again and did not pass. So I'm here to express my serious concerns about allowing someone to continue to take a test, and I don't know if it's 5 times, but certainly someone qualified to do that work should be able to pass this test. So I'm presenting to all of you that I think we're at a serious crossroads about how the water treatment end of our water system is going to be managed. And I'd like to suggest, as all of you are the supervisors for the town administrator, I would love to see a motion or something to that effect that you are going to seriously look at removing Travis as the water treatment operator and hiring someone who is qualified and rearrange Travis's duties as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Anyone else? Yes, Suzanne.
Suzanne Watson, 2nd Street. I wanted to thank whoever's stepped forward and helped buy flowers for the town. I think that's a wonderful thing to beautify the downtown. But I'd like to point out business owners that put flower pots out in front of their businesses are being charged to do so as a form of advertising. We do have a permitting process if you want to advertise your business, but typically that means like signage. And I don't think it's appropriate for the staff to be charging people to put flower pots out, especially if they make our town look nicer. So I'd like to ask you to look into that and perhaps stop that practice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, who else wants to speak? Okay, Christine.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. I have to concur with Paige on Travis and his performance. I believe it's not only the 5th, I think it's right around the 7th, but nobody's quite sure. There was a time when the water debacle happened that he was in Denver taking that very test. That was the B certification, and that was more than 2 years ago. So it is more than enough time that everybody has given him. He has been taking that B certification for more than 2 years. My also concern, the little that I read in the water report, there was no data. Like, where was the data? That was his responsibility and ultimately Corinne's responsibility over him to get that data to the JDS people. And I concur with Paige, and I think you should really look at Travis being the operator, public works operator. You owe it to your constituents, and it's time. It's beyond time. You know, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Bruner.
As they say, how about those Cubs? My request is very simple. I would like to know what the issues are that make the annexation of Hawks Haven difficult. And I'd like to know what we've got in water and inventory studies to date. So
Okay.
is that not clear?
The last part, the water.
How much have we paid for the water and
Oh, the
inventory
JDS
studies?
hydro study, is that what you're talking about?
And the other, there's another study as well, STR?
Oh, that was the GIS study.
Well, right.
That was the mapping
yes,
study.
Yes, I'd like to know what we've
Okay.
got in those to date.
Okay, I'm
Thank
sure
you.
we can get back with you. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, anyone else? All right. Let's move on then to, what?
You want to do it? I just wanted to, this is not an excuse, this is just a fact. Travis took this last test after 19 hours straight working on a water leak, and he was missed by 1 point. 2 years ago, he was taking other different tests, and so, yes, people have taken the test and retested. That's not unusual. I just put that out there.
Okay. Let's move on to staff
Mayor
reports.
Backren, are we taking potential motions related to public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. Yes,
Okay.
Michelle.
I have a couple. First, I move that, I'd like to move that the Finance and Personnel Committee schedule an interim evaluator of the town administrator at the earliest possible time.
Do I have a second on that?
Caught me a little bit by surprise. Can you repeat your motion?
Yeah.
Sure. My motion is that the Finance and Personnel Committee schedule an interim evaluation for the town administrator as soon as can be scheduled.
Can I ask, what?
Well, let's see if we can get a second
Well,
first.
I'll
Bill.
second it.
Okay.
I'll second it, but I wanted to follow up and ask you, what are your thoughts on that?
We had originally scheduled the next evaluation for the end of the year, and I think a lot has happened in the first 6 months, 5 to 6 months of this year, that would make it appropriate to revisit our goals and progress to date on those goals.
Okay. Any discussion from the board? Dave? All right, all right. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, I believe that Trustee Patterson is correct. There's been a lot going on in this so far this year, and a lot of issues are coming to a head. The Public Works being the main one, in my opinion. There could be others. So maybe it's time that we meet and evaluate and see where we're at. So, yeah.
Okay, others? Dave?
I think targeting the town administrator might not be appropriate at this time. That's how I feel the motion is phrased. I think it's a good exercise for us as a council to look at our priorities and say which ones are being met and which ones aren't broadly, and then what needs to happen as a result of that. But personally, I think we're on track for what we've been doing with the town administrator in her goals. And from the information we have on the personnel committee, she has been on top of a lot of things that you're concerned about. And I don't think it's, I think going through an evaluation process takes us off track on what we need to do with the water. So I think it just takes too much time to do that right now, and that what we're trying to do with the water and what we're trying to do with public works should be the target.
Thank you, Dave. Other comments from the board? Okay, I would like to say as well, I think that this is not warranted at this point in time. I think that from my perspective, meeting with Corinne on a weekly basis and from being on the phone with her on almost a daily basis, that she is fulfilling her duties and is on track on every way. Again, I think we are getting pulled off track onto all kinds of little minuscule issues that aren't that important, that we end up wasting a lot of time that we can put on the big issues, like the water study, like making sure that the parks are okay, like the streets, the grant request, all the infrastructure stuff we have going. We still have a whole list of things we want to sell off to bring in the town more money. There are lots of other things we can focus our time and energy on. I don't think this is the top priority. All right, Michelle?
Yeah, I just would like to respond to that. This is not intended to target the administrator or create a problem or do something that we shouldn't be doing. I think it does a disservice to the administrator if we're not offering a review until December of this year, at which point she may be blindsided when she hears of concerns that members of the board may have regarding what goals we're meeting, how timely we're meeting those goals. I don't feel it's appropriate to get into all the details in a public meeting. I believe that should happen in a formal review process, and I think it would be a benefit to the board and to the administrator to make sure we are on track and on the same page regarding goals and progress.
Okay, anything else from the board? All right, anything from, yeah, Bill.
Say something. You know, I don't know if we are on track. You know, we're getting reports now that indicate that a lot of data that was expected for the water study was not available. You know, and it appears that there's a breakdown going on, and I think we should address it soon. And now we got, you know, the park is way behind the curve. The bathrooms and stuff at the park, lots of issues that are, yes, she's struggling to catch up, but it's too little too, you know, it's almost too little too late. So, you know, I support the motion.
Okay.
So, and my comment is we have board members that have concerns. And I think that that discussion should happen in an evaluation process. I think that's the appropriate way to share that information with the administrator versus talking about our concerns in a meeting when she's not even present and can't respond to them. I have concerns. Bill has concerns. I think we should have an opportunity to discuss those with the administrator in the appropriate setting.
Yes.
In management of individuals, my experience is it's an ongoing process of giving people feedback, not waiting for an evaluation. So if people have issues with the town administrator, she should be hearing about that real time, not waiting for an evaluation to come up. The concern I have about the motion is it requires an inordinate amount of trustee time to go through an evaluation process. I think Karen can attest to that with me. We spend a lot of time gathering your comments, gathering your numbers, sending out the evaluation forms, looking for public comment. It's a lot of time. So I agree that our town administrator should be getting some feedback and we should be discussing whether we're on track. I agree with that 100%. I don't agree with using the evaluation process to accomplish that. That may be most appropriate in an executive session as we do evaluation processes. I don't know if we can do that, if that's legally available. That's one of the things, because part of the concerns is this is sensitive. You know, it's sensitive how we're looking at it. And so, you know, a degree of privacy is helpful too.
So the sensitivity is why I'm requesting a formal evaluation process, and I don't think it needs to be a full evaluation. This is an interim evaluation, but it would be an opportunity to have this conversation, frankly, with the administrator within our legal bounds to do so. So if the board's not in favor of a formal process, I would like legal advice, which I understand you're not going to give an open meeting, but perhaps by the next meeting, on what personnel issues are appropriate for us to discuss in open meeting with our administrator versus what needs to happen in an evaluation process or executive session. Because I do think we need to have that discussion.
Okay, anything else from the board? Anything from the public? Yes, Paige.
I have to tell you, I find this a little difficult, but I want to point out to you that I've been at every meeting for the last 9 months, and at every meeting, I point out an error in the information you're given, or I point out an error of what's been done on the ground because your administrator does not understand state law, environmental law, has not even read the town code. I'm sorry she's not here because I would look her in the eye and tell her the same thing. She does not have the requisite knowledge, and I don't think it's fair for you to allow the citizens to be the people training your town administrator. What's happening with the water is terrible. You're going to hear about the park as soon as we get to the administrator's report, and this is not new. The park has been in bad shape for the last 2 years. So I'm sorry, but I think it's time you did an interim evaluation because you know, based on the emails and the calls you're getting and what's on Facebook, that people are not happy. And you ran to be representing the citizens. You are not here to represent the staff. The staff's happiness is not your job. Your job is to make sure this town operates and you take care of garbage, water, sewer, roads, safety, and parks. And that's what the job should be, and we are spending inordinate amounts of time on things that shouldn't happen, like dumpsters with household hazardous waste in town park. So thank you.
Oh, we're not going to have outbursts from the crowd. I will have you removed. If you have something to say, stand up, come up to the podium, and say it. Be recognized by the chair. Yes, Suzanne.
Mayor, briefly.
Yes.
Just a reminder that we're to refrain from personal attacks.
Thank you.
Suzanne Watson. So I'm a little concerned about a statement that Mayor Bachran made. Your job is not to make sure the parks are being taken care of. I mean, your job, that's the staff job. That's why you have this town administrator hired, to make sure the streets are getting cleaned and swept. That's why you've hired a professional. And when I'm hearing you say that it's taking time away that you could be spending on things like parks, that's not correct. Your job is governance. It's the bigger picture. It's not micromanaging the things that your administrator needs to be taking care of. There's a lot of discontent right now, and it seems that management style is waiting until there's enough of a outburst on Facebook or people come to the meetings, but it's quite exhausting as a member of the public to have to keep tracking things. I don't want to have to be here, but it just seems like nothing's happening unless people have these bring it to your attention. And I think it's making your meetings take longer. The mistakes make your meetings take longer. I really do believe that having some sort of an evaluation, and perhaps it's not the same kind that you did last time, would be really appropriate and would be doing your administrator a service right now. Thanks.
Yes. Did you have your, yes, Chris?
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. You know, I have to agree with everything that's been said up to this point on that. Because, you know, we're having issues with water, and you call the town and you ask them, oh, there's nothing going on. I've got people on my water line that are losing water on a daily basis for we don't know what reasons. So something's going on, whether it's with management, the staff, whatever. They're not taking care of business. And it all goes back to the water study and not having enough water. And we can't call the town. It's like, Suzanne, it's exhausting to try and keep up with what I have to do, plus try to find out where all this other stuff. And then, I mean, I understand Travis missing by 1 point. I know the test is hard. I know other people have taken it and passed it. And there's no excuse for him being out on a water break for 19 hours. He is the boss. He should have been ahead of some of this stuff. There's no reason. And we shouldn't be, you guys are here for the town. You're not to take care of the staff. They come second. The town comes first. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Bruner.
Bill Brunner, my comment is to the assertion that a personal attack is something that a person could be removed from a meeting for. I just want to say, or maybe I heard it wrong.
I didn't say that. I said
Okay.
we should refrain from personal attacks.
I'm saying that this is a lofty aspirational goal, but the public comments in a meeting like this are a matter of constitutional rights. And the next time somebody gets tossed for what they say, for the something that infringes on their constitutional rights, there's probably going to be a jury trial in Paonia, maybe the first one. Thank you.
Yes, Christina.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. I don't know if y'all follow Facebook, but there's been about 4 or 5 separate posts about the park with pictures, and now it's the bathrooms. And cumulatively, it's been over like 350 responses, and they are all, do your job. This can't continue. How hard is it to turn on the irrigation? The water is flowing. That's not the issue. So what is the issue? People are so upset at this. It's visceral. You can see it. It's visual. So what else is going on that is not visual? And there are other things going on. So do you think your constituents, when they know that Travis is getting what he is getting paid, he's taken the test, nobody even knows, 7, 8 times? It's been 2 years that we've tracked it, ever since the water debacle. There's no data. There is no data. There was no data for the sewer system. The sewer system almost was shut off. So we had 3 days to get it back online, to get data to the state. They're not even doing it for the sewer system, for the water system. The parks are horrible. The bathrooms are atrocious. And then in that report, the 1 million gallon water distribution system has not been online for 5 years. Except I've been in meetings where the parks, Bill Bear has asked Travis point blank, how's that 1 million gallon going? And he stated, oh, it's this and that. I don't know what to make of that. The 1 million gallon water system has not been online for 5 years. Does anybody know that? That's atrocious. So if you parse out that water debacle, if that million-gallon water system was up and running, we would not have had that water debacle. So that was complete mismanagement, complete. And this, you think the people are upset at the parks not being watered? What happens when all this comes out? You think that's going to be 350? No, it's going to be thousands of people upset at all of y'all, because this is their money. They pay you to be here. You are public servants. If you look at that flow chart, it says the people, and then it's the trustees, and then it's the civil servants. That's how it goes. So they're going to hear about this. There's no way out. And you guys need to take assessment of really clearly what's going on. Paonia deserves professionals in these positions. People want to come here from all over. And you need to figure out how you're going to hold the staff accountable and really take responsibility for this. It feels like we're doing this again. You had an administrator that wasn't doing their job. People propped him up, and it turned ugly. And I don't even know the rendering of how much he cost the town, but get ahead of this because it's happening again. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Sharon.
Shireen Patterson, 218 Rio Grande. In a couple of weeks, there's the BMW rally. How do you think they're going to react? This is an important event, no? In the summer for Paonia? For the shops? For the restaurants? For the people? Is it not? For the town even? Is it not a money-making event? How do you think they're going to feel to be met with that crap that passes for grass and the destruction in the toilets? How do you think they're going to feel? You think they're going to want to come back? I doubt it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Who is that police officer protecting? Why is he here? Who called him? And why? Where is it going, Cindy?
All right.
Where is it
please,
going,
let's.
Cindy?
All right, we're not going to do an interaction here.
No, well, I want to know because I feel threatened now.
Mayor?
I'm feeling
Yes,
threatened.
Mr. Van
May I suggest we take a 5-minute recess?
I think that's a brilliant idea. Anyone want to take a 5-minute recess? Yes, please.
Just to be clear, the BLM rally is the third week in July. I'm sorry, BMW, sorry.
BLM.
Was thinking of the Bureau of Land Management. Thank you. It's going to be, I'm just clarifying that that's the third weekend in July. Thank you.
I move that we take a 5-minute recess.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. We're taking a 5-minute recess. Back at 7:15. Let's just try and get a motion to move the consent agenda up before staff reports. And so hopefully. I'd be happy to make that motion. Okay. Move it up to what, to 7:30? No, just move it up above staff reports. It'll be the next item on the agenda. That would be great. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, and then since yours is actually, we'll do yours first, and then we'll do the rest. Yeah, Yeah, he's on the consent agenda for charities. Of Finance and Personnel organizing an interim evaluation for the town administrator, say aye.
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 Opposed?
A.
Okay, do you want to do a roll call? All right, go Amanda.
Trustee Budinger? Trustee Johnson?
Aye.
Trustee Bear? Trustee Knutson?
Nay.
Trustee Mack?
Aye.
Trustee Pattison?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, that motion carries.
It was interesting that two people who have to do the work voted nay.
All right. So next up on our agenda is Tammy, would you like to change our agenda, please?
I would like to make a motion that the consent agenda be moved to the top of the agenda and presented next, since our presenter has to be at another engagement.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion from the board? Okay, from the public? All right, we have a motion and a second to move the consent agenda up to next on the agenda and to have the Cherry Days presentation. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, Mr. Bushta, you are up.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you doing that for me. I am Bob Bushta, 502 Oak Avenue. I am the current president of the Cherry Days Committee. It's an all-volunteer committee. We have been running Cherry Days since 2013. We are a 501c3, we're a nonprofit, and obviously none of our folks working for Cherry Days get paid. I was part of the committee that got together and talked about town fees, because not only am I associated with Cherry Days, but I am also the coordinator for the BMW rally. And I understand that those town fees at the previous meeting were waived in lieu of a sponsorship. And so I would like to propose a $525 sponsorship from the town to Cherry Days, and we would recognize the town as one of our sponsors in all of our advertising and everything we do going forward. And I can give you more discussion if you like, but Cherry Days has been around for 75 years. I think you know what it's all about. So.
All right, thank you. Do we have questions for Mr. Busher from the board? Yes, Dave.
Two questions. First, this 525 isn't the entirety of your fees you're asking to be waived. There's a portion you're willing to pay.
We've already paid the $300 fee for the special event license. That is not anything that we ought to ask for to be waived. It puts the town on, gives the town some responsibility. We have responsibility. Obviously, we ought to pay for that. We already have. These are the additional fees just for the use of the park and the parade and so on.
And the second question is, I was a little confused in the packet because you had a narrative there that implied that your Cherry Days, the Pickin' in the Park, and Mountain Harvest Festival were part of a meeting where fees were waived. And is that the case?
Just
I didn't read it right then?
No, sir. They were all part, as was BMW Rally, because I represented both events. They were all part of the group that agreed to the fees. One of those organizations has pulled out of, has asked to be pulled, be removed from those fees. We're another one of those organizations, and so we're asking for a sponsorship along the same lines.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Yep. What are the benefits of sponsorship for Cherry Days?
So as a sponsor of Cherry Days, we recognize you on our official schedule. We recognize you on our official banner that goes across downtown. And so you become, I don't know how to describe that. You're basically the people that are allowing us to make this happen. Obviously, we can't do it without sponsors. Even an all-volunteer committee, we still need finances. And so sponsorships are pretty important to us. And we recognize, we call all our sponsors $500 and above banner sponsors. Did I answer your question?
Okay, any other questions from the board? Yes, Tammy.
I don't have a question, but I would like to move that we waive the $525 in outstanding Cherry Days fees in lieu of a sponsorship. And I would also add that this be a one-time, this year only deal.
I have do I have a second?
Second.
Other discussion from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I think we've kind of opened a can of worms in terms of park use and the fees we charge for park use, and I don't think it would be appropriate for us to start playing favorites. So I'd like more information from staff on the costs generally associated with our park events in terms of trash, cleanup, additional watering that might be necessary, but I don't think, I would also be in favor of waiving the fee at this time because we don't have a clear policy and we've done it for another event.
I'm generally opposed to waiving fees in the park. I have been in the past. But if there is one event that I would do that for, it'd be the Cherry Days. I think it is the Paonia event. But generally, I'm opposed to it. I think the town incurs costs. It's a cost of doing business. And yeah, so that's where I feel about it.
Anything else from the board? Yes, Dave.
I think it's kind of funny because Trustee Bear warned us that when we waive those fees, we were going down a slippery slope, and now it's here to bite us. So thank you, Trustee Bear.
Okay, anything else from the board? Yes, Mick.
So you will have volunteers that will constantly be picking up the trash and taking it to the dumpsters, and at the end of the festival, you'll have the park all cleaned up and or all the trash cans emptied and taken.
Sir, I'm going to answer your question by pointing over here to both a police officer and a person from the town. And any event that I've ever been a part of, that park is cleaner than when we got there. That's just the way it's going to be.
We appreciate that.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? All right, anything from the public? Yes, Suzanne.
So I'm not clear, how many vendors does Cherry Days normally have, and what do they pay to take part in the celebration and sell their wares? Do they have to pay a fee for that to Cherry Days? And is not part of that is for the business use of our park? I know that Cherry Days is nonprofit, but people are profiting off the use of the park and the crowds. And I don't quite understand. This is really confusing. I'd like to suggest you tell the Arbol Farmers Market that you will refund any fees that you've collected from them, because it's not fair. I'm really in favor of Cherry Days. I'm really in favor of the BMW rally. But we've had a long-standing policy, and the minute you start exempting certain people, at that point, the taxpayers get to pay for it all. And I don't care if we have sponsorship or not. I mean, what does that give me? How is that going to make my life cheaper here in town? It's not. It's going to have to come out of the budget from somewhere. And, you know, I think this year we're struggling with a park because you do not have a good contractor. You do not have good employees that understand how that park is maintained. But I know when people pay a park fee, they're paying to have clean bathrooms, to have the toilet paper restocked, to have lighting and a safe environment in the bathroom, to have a park that's not half dead with litter laying around. And frankly, we don't have this year. So maybe everybody's fees should be waived this year, because maybe we can make a volunteer effort. If Cherry Days wants to clean the bathrooms after they're gone, that would be great. If Arbor Farmers Market would like to engage in that and have a volunteer committee, that's great. But I really don't think you want to start waiving these fees into the future, because we depend on them for that portion of the budget. It's just, this is a mess. Last year it was a one-time waiving the fee for Rob Miller, and look what it's turning into. I think last year, I don't know if Cherry Days asked for the fee to be waived, but someone did. And at that point you said, no, but this is going to be recurring. BMW rally, who has to pay park fees? And why should they if everybody else, someone having a wedding? How is that for profit? What if they sponsor the town in their wedding and just have Paonia t-shirts for all their guests? I mean, it seems a little ridiculous. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Suzanne. All right. We have a motion. Do you want to speak, Bob?
I just want to make one comment. I actually do hire someone to maintain the bathrooms, restock the bathrooms, take out all the trash. So, like I said, any event that we run, we will take care of all that. And so there's no additional responsibility on the town.
Thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second to waive the $525 Cherry Days fees one time this year only. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Bushchuk.
Thank you very much. I just make a parting comment. As the coordinator for the BMW rally, a group that has given tens of thousands of dollars to this town, I will be back in 2 weeks unless we want to have this discussion now, basically with the same request.
We'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right.
All right. All right. So we have the rest of the consent agenda up. Yes.
Just a clarifying question for the board. The Governmental Affairs and Public Safety Committee was tasked by the board at the last meeting to look into our policy on this, and I wanted to confirm that that is still the board's direction. Sure. Okay, thank you.
All right. So, on our consent agenda, we have regular meeting, the liquor modification request, which is simply a change of management and then to expand the area to the outside. Can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second.
All right. Any discussion from the board? Seeing none, anything from the public? All right, seeing none, all in favor of approving the consent agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, we are back up to staff reports. Well, we don't have an administrator, we don't have a public works, we don't have a police. Yes, Amanda. It was Dave. All right. The administrator's report was in the packet. If there are questions about that, I will attempt to answer them for you. Okay. Okay, Michelle?
The administrator's report suggested a Zoom session on June 17th at 5:30 regarding the Parks, Rec, and Trails Master Plan.
Yes.
Would we like to set that officially and confirm that the public is also invited to attend?
I think she is still in talks with them. Let me make sure. I know they were doing one on the 10th.
Okay. The
For
packet
sure.
specifically asks whether the board would be willing to schedule that work session.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I move that we schedule the work session as suggested for June 17th at 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. and make sure that that Zoom information is available to the public as well.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion from the board? All right, hold on. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, Dave?
I just want to remind the board that we already have a scheduled work session for Tuesday, June 15th that week. So we also, so we will have 2 special meetings that week. I just want to make sure you're aware of that before you vote.
And I believe this is not a specific work session for the board, that the board can attend the 10th meeting on the 10th as well as the meeting on the 17th, that it's not exclusive just to the board, that in fact if the board wants to attend the 10th and then not do the 15th or 17th.
I'm sorry, I'm confused by that.
Okay. And maybe I'm confused by that. But my understanding was that they were going to hold a public meeting on the 10th, to which the board was. Okay. All right, be sure you turn on your mic. Okay. All right, that was information I did not have.
Yeah, the way I'm reading the update is that many board members are not available to attend Thursday, June 10th. Therefore, the request is for Thursday, June 17th. I hope that clears it up.
It is a proposed Zoom meeting, so it's not an in-person meeting. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Bill, are you okay? Okay. So at this point, it is for the 17th.
So I'm happy to clarify my motion.
Pardon?
I can clarify my motion. Okay.
All right. Any other comments from the board? All right, seeing none. Anything from the public? Yes, Paige.
Paige Smith, 215
So,
Delta.
excuse me, Paige,
Yes.
is this about the work session? If
It's
not,
about the administrator's report.
all right, let's
Sorry.
get through the work session and then we'll get this done. Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table to set a Zoom work session for June 17th at 5:30. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, Paige, we're up now.
Thank you. Sorry. Paige Smith, 215 Delta. I just had a couple questions on the administrator's report.
Sure.
The second item under previous meeting follow-up was staff is working on a clear application and review process to act as the host of planned and upcoming Play Street events. I just want to throw out a word of caution that because those events require some sort of insurance coverage, I don't believe the town of Paonia should be covering that. So I'm just throwing that out there. I think that's an expense that, it's, as I understand, it's quite expensive to have that insurance.
Actually, we've checked with CIRSA, and as long as it's a town-sponsored event, our CIRSA policy will cover it. Well, the process we're looking at now is having an application and a fee of $75 for somebody to run a police streets. It will be a town event. We will provide the barricades. It will be like from 8 in the morning till 8 at night.
And that sounds like a much better than having multiple weekends.
Yeah.
Because the one thing I noticed when I drove by the street that was closed off is that it didn't look like fun. All the cars were still parked there. So kids are learning to run between parked cars into the street. And if you don't make it a special event, get the cars off the street and put up the sawhorses, those kids are going to be running in the street on the Monday and the Tuesday. So we had, like I said, we had block parties. The block was open for food, barbecue. It was really fun. You just don't want to do that every weekend.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Okay.
And my other, Corinne was asking that the calendar be populated with, and if there are things missing. I don't see the tree board meeting, and I don't see the CIRSA training on the calendar.
Okay.
And the virtual meeting, is that the 17th for the Paonia in Motion?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a Zoom meeting.
Thank you. And then for the CIRSA training, I'm curious as to whether you are going to talk about the agenda for that before the 28th.
Yes.
Simply because I think it's really, and I'm imagining the person coming from CIRSA has a pre-planned sort of presentation he does. But in the absence of that, I think it'd be very important to know the town manager, council form of government, committees, the role of committees under that form of government, and how to avoid ex parte when you have a planning hearing. And I think the big question is executive sessions, when and how to do those.
And we have communicated with him, and we have a list of about 5 or 6 items.
Good. Will that agenda be made available
Yes, we're
as soon
just
as you have
collecting
it?
it, and it will be available.
Thank you. And last question, will the public get to ask questions?
Yes. Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Okay. Yeah.
So I noticed the information on the CIRSA member dinner. So I just am curious, what's a CIRSA member dinner?
Bo, do you have an answer to that?
It's a manager kind of regional meeting, as I understand it. I don't know specifically what this one was with respect to, but usually CIRSA hosts these regional events where representatives of town government get together and converse. Usually, sometimes there's a training session that is involved.
And I believe Corinne is attending that.
Thank you. I just didn't want to hear it was a dinner where you all were meeting with the fella giving the presentation. Thank you.
No.
And last question, Stewart Ditch reimbursed for some water line repairs. How much was that?
That was, I believe, $600.
Okay. And I would just appreciate it if in these reports, something like that, just have the number included.
Okay.
Because, kind of like to know. Thank you.
All right. Any other? Yes, Suzanne.
So maybe it went over my head, but did you say there was a Zoom meeting on the 15th, a special board meeting, or that was canceled and rescheduled?
Yeah.
It's on the calendar, and I was wondering what it was.
Yeah. What we have is a special meeting that's here in Town Hall on the 15th. That's to hear a report from the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. So we
Okay.
will have a commissioner making a presentation. He will be on Zoom, but we're going to be in person.
Okay.
And so the public's invited to that. It's followed by a 15-minute presentation on Colorado Communities for Climate Action. And they're a nonprofit group of different communities throughout Colorado that are trying to encourage those communities to take action on climate. So they're asking us to be members, essentially. So this is the groundwork for that. That's just that special session. There won't be a decision made on either one of those. That'll be a later agenda item, but this is just the presentations.
Okay.
Then on the 17th, that's what we just approved.
Okay. I want to point out that the one on the 15th is not described on the town website. So that would be helpful if there was some information about that on the calendar. And then I wanted to point to number 10 on the Administrators Report, grant opportunities for advanced metering infrastructures. I was a little bit curious about that. I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on right now, and I'm wondering, are we talking about the remote metering that it sounds like you don't even drive by anymore, and things are just metered from town hall, which would be a smart meter? Is that correct?
You know, I'm not really absolutely certain on that,
Okay.
Suzanne. I know Corinne and I talked this morning about that remote metering and that we were looking at maybe using the ARPA funds.
Okay,
to do that.
because what I'd like to point out is, I think part of the problem is we just have a lot of opening up the meter pits still happening, because we never did get the metering on there. I just had a new a radio meter put on a few years ago, and I don't understand why we don't just continue putting the radio read meters on. If you look at our old comprehensive plan, there's a notice on there about EMF awareness. People were concerned about EMFs, electromagnetic frequencies in this town, and I am. You know, if we're talking about smart metering for something like water meters, you're talking about EMFs, I believe, and I think this is a bigger discussion before grants are just sought for something like that. I would assume smart meters are more subject to hacking, and I'd also like to talk about just in general, even with the drive-by metering, you guys or Public Works is missing a lot. I had a water leak in my street for 3 months with a wet street, damp street, and it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And I sat there and I was kind of wondering how long it would take the town Public Works to realize. It took them 3 months. You know, before we had an employee going by, they would notice things like, wow, there's a broken grate here. There was a lot of just day-to-day, like hopefully noticing things around us. But when everything's done remotely, the town, I think Public Works is going to stop noticing the details that are so important in this little town to stay on top of.
All
So,
right.
thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. All right. Yes. Shane, we are specifically talking about the town administrator's report
Yes,
right now.
and in that
Okay.
report, it includes discussion about parks. Watering.
Okay.
So that's why I'd like to speak. Shane Smith,
Okay.
215 Delta. By way of background, I'm a horticulturalist. I'm also a former park department head. I was in that business for 41 years, and just to give you some idea of the situation in the park, a lot of people think when grass goes dry, you just water it and comes back. And it does to some extent. Bluegrass actually that's its one great special power, that it can do that. But if it happens too long for multiple years, it doesn't do that. And then you've got an added cost of seeding or sodding, putting tons more water on than you normally would. And it's just an expense that we're facing, we're going to face. Not the whole park, but you're going to have spots in that park that are going to need total redoing. And also I should mention that I think ask any person who really understands trees that there's a lot of trees in that park that have been very poorly pruned. A lot of trees in that park that are suffering from drought after 2 years. And I remember we bought our house 11 years ago, and we'd go down to the park, and it was a jewel. It was beautiful. We marveled at how healthy the trees looked and how nice the turf looked. And it's just a whole nother world now. 11 years ago, the flower beds were pretty, the peonies were blooming. They can't even bloom this year. Things are so weedy. And I, for one, and I think all of us should be embarrassed, especially 4th of July when we have families having reunions, people who used to live in Paonia and remember how nice this park used to be, and they're going to go down there and see what it looks like. And hopefully they're not looking down and up too much, but this is really poor management, and the fact that it's gone on 2 years, we've got photographs from both years. This is not a result of a freeze or anything else. It's not, yeah, we're in a drought, but There's plenty of water in Stewart Ditch. There was plenty of water last year to take care of it. And frankly, in worst case scenario, the last green spot in this town should be our crown jewel. I'd rather see the lawns all dry up, but that spot is a moneymaker. It's a treasured place. It's where kids play. It's something that we're just not showing our pride. And you see these signs about Paonia Pride and high school, of course, but it's just it's a sad statement that we're making to the rest of the world. So so don't be surprised if there's some substantial problems. You're not just going to hire a guy and bring that turf out of severe drought. In fact, when turf does go dormant, it can take up to a month before it turns green if it is still alive. And if it's not still alive, it's a whole nother story. So, and I've offered on occasion, if anybody that is hired that needs a little expertise or has a question, I'm glad to help them. There's certain practices you have to do prior to a large event, prior to having a lot of people on your turf that I never see taking place. So there's just we could just really do a lot better. So thank you.
Yes.
I appreciated the previous speaker's comment in that they included an offer to help.
All right. Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I had a few more questions on the administrator's report. For the administrator's report, we kind of skipped through to public comment, so I wanted to jump back if that's okay. Okay. So first, on the watering, I know that the administrator is aware of the situation and has plans to address it. I think, given the public concerns, I think those plans should be made public, hopefully in the next packet. Some detail provided for public information in the packet.
Okay, yeah, well, it is available to the public tonight too as well, so.
Okay, I would like to have on record in the next packet more details about the administrator's plans to address the situation. Regarding unauthorized accessory dwelling units, it would be nice to see a potential timeline. I understand that that project may take some time, but we end up with a lot of projects that are as time permits, and it would be helpful, I think, for both time management and for our time management and for the public's knowledge to have a draft expected timeline of when some data should be available on that. And then number 9, oh no, that was a different comment. Jumping back up to number 2 on the updates, it says staff will endeavor to cut back on water-related projects. I'd like more detail on what projects are anticipated that would be cut back and costs associated with those projects, or what was originally budgeted for them.
Okay. Anything else? All right. As far as the police report goes, I can give you a brief update in that the police are out doing a great deal of code enforcement. This is especially weeds and brush. They're looking at right now. It's been pretty bad out there, and so there are a lot of tickets currently being written. If you have problems and your weeds and brush aren't cut back, please do so. All right, attorney report. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was questioning in the police report the criminal mischief. What does that address? Is that this recent tagging event that's been going up and down the streets?
Oh, I can't answer that specifically. You would have to ask the chief. Yes, Tammy?
I had the same issue. There were 6 criminal mischiefs in a row. I was wondering if they were related, same person.
Yep.
Just curious, so
okay,
that's my comment.
Sorry, don't have that information. Okay. Shall we move on to the attorney's report? Bo?
Thank you, Mayor. My report is included in the packet. Just a couple of items to highlight briefly. One is with respect to the CIRSA training, as was brought about by Ms. Smith. To the extent that the trustees have some specific agenda items, please get those to me. If you could get those to me sooner rather than later, I'd appreciate it. I have a call tomorrow at 3 p.m. with Sam White to go over the agenda. Sam's going to be giving the presentation. He's legal counsel for CIRSA. coupled with that, I know we had put in the last meeting the desire to have Delta County have an agenda item for tonight's meeting to discuss the North Fork Valley Airport. Just based on some timing, we felt like it would be better if we included the MOU and the addendum to the MOU that the town and the county are operating under. That's included in the packet, and that meeting or the agenda item for representatives of the county to come down will be the next meeting in June. So, and it sounds like that's going to be a busy meeting, but we'll try to reserve the time to address that. Any other questions on my report?
Okay, questions for Bo? Yes, Michelle.
Just a comment. I really appreciate having the MOU in advance with time to review. Thank you.
Anything else for Bo? Yeah, Dave.
I just would like to get some kind of time frame on passing building codes at some point, so.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I think that is not been brought back to my desk. I think that's a fair question in terms of is that at the committee level? Does that need another agenda item for the board with respect to, well, I'm assuming you're talking about the 2018 IBC updates. And you know, from my notes and my recollection, I think a lot of that went by the wayside, and it was substituted with respect to the concerns that were presented with the acting building official, building inspector. And so, frankly, I can't speak for where the town administrator was, but I don't know if it was anticipated that there would be a new building official in place, and then that process would be revisited, or where that stands. But I'm happy to start re-engaging that process with CCC, who we have the contract with, if that's the direction.
Well, it's been a long time coming, and I think we're still operating on like 2003 building codes, and I noticed that it was last year that the Hotchkiss Town Council just adopted the building codes. I mean, there are things in our town code that need to be cleared up at the same time, but I think operating out of 15-year obsolete building codes is not the way to go, and I think it's worthwhile to get this back on our radar.
Okay, yes, Michelle.
Yeah, so I have in my meeting notes from May 11th that the administrator reported that we would review the 2018 building code following adoption of the revised Board of Appeals ordinance, and that is on this agenda.
Okay, finance report. Cindy, do you have anything you want to add? All right, let's move on to the treasurer's report then. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Bill.
My questions are surround the financial information you put in the budget. Let me get to that page. Are we on that now?
We're yeah,
okay. On the administration, the budget to actuals, you show an income of a current year to date, that's January through April, of $106,454.38. And all of our, well, maybe I'm making a big deal out of nothing. Never mind. I take it back.
No problem, Bill. Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I feel like we're jumping around in the packet a little bit. We skipped the Public Works report, and I'm looking at...
Anybody here to answer any questions on the Public Works report? Because I certainly can't answer any of those questions.
Public Works Committee?
Yeah, we can try. Go ahead and ask your questions.
Okay, sorry, let me jump back up a little bit. Okay, so first comment, it says springs are starting to spill more water. I just wanted to remind board and staff that we requested monthly updates on spill and treated reports. We've had an update twice in 2021, and we've not had an update since early April. So I would strongly request that we get an updated spill and treat report at the next meeting, if not before. second comment on the fill station, I received a comment from the public that the fill station water is so expensive compared to other area fill stations that people are going outside of town. So I wonder whether we're tracking fill station use, and if we are, if we could get an analysis of how long it's going to take to pay off the cost of the new equipment we just installed based on use. Yeah.
We asked about the fill station the other day. They're charging $3 per 100. It is expensive, in my opinion. They did say that Pitkin Mesa is going to start charging more money. I know in the past Pitkin Mesa has been at $1 a 100, and I don't know what Hotchkiss charges, but yeah, it's pretty expensive water.
Yeah, so my thinking is we paid a lot of money for updated equipment at the fill station. I think we need to review whether it's being used, and if not, why not?
Well, there is a line item in the finance report, the Budget Axles, that has a fill station income line, so we can look at that. But there, currently this year, there's nothing in there January through April.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Yeah, and that's because it wasn't up and running January through April, so. All right. Is that all, Michelle?
That's all I have on Public Works, and then I have questions on the finance report if we're going
Okay.
back to that, but
Yeah,
I will take a break if anybody else
Let's
has
go back
questions.
to finance. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking at page 21 in the packet. It says that DOLA is now requesting that we close out our COVID grant by the end of this month.
Yes.
Originally, that was the end of the year, so I'm wondering what the plans are to get this grant closed out, and if the board needs to make any decisions on fund allocation at this meeting or the next to make that happen.
Okay, it has been, we have made our final purchase. We are doing a lighted, like traffic kind of sign that has radar installed in it so that it can have, you know, we can put messages up like when they did when the county brought in the sign to say for the COVID vaccinations. It's going to be a sign like that with radar. So it's a little more than what we have left in our COVID funds. They did up the date to the end of this month. So we have that purchased, and it's a little more than what we have in the funds, and the police department will be covering the rest of those funds because it has the radar, and we can utilize that as for speeding in the police department.
Okay, is that not a purchase that the board would have needed to approve?
That I'm not sure about. I think because it was a coronavirus fund, it's a different kind of thing rather than coming out of our public funds.
Okay, I thought our purchase policy was any purchase over a certain dollar amount needed to come before the board.
Cindy, do you have any? You know, I don't remember. I just don't remember. I'm sorry, Michelle.
Okay, could we get a refresher on our purchase policy at the next meeting?
Sure.
And a statement on the cost of that sign?
Sure.
Thank you. Another question on the same page. The system analysis grant from DOLA has a problem, has it written regarding the expiration date? I'd like more detail on that.
So you're on page, what is your page again?
Page 21.
Actually, Mayor, I think that can be, more information can be in the JDS Hydro
with the
line item coming up later in the budget.
Okay.
Would that work, Michelle?
Mayor, I can answer that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
I can answer the question on DOLA.
Sure.
DOLA made a mistake on their end, and they put in on their system the wrong expiration date. So they are asking that we close out that grant, and then they were going to rewrite it, but we're actually at the end of, we've spent those funds, so we're just going to file a final, and we'll be done. As long as disbursements are approved, that is.
I think that there's going to be a little bit more information offered when we get to the JDS Hydro agenda line item. Maybe we can help you out there.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Is that all?
That's all I have on the finance report, but we're not yet to disbursements. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Yes, Suzanne.
Suzanne Watson. I have a question about the top of page 20, about Stop and Save, starting the fleet card account program. Are we going to hear more about how that works in the future, or is this, is it just happening? Because I'm kind of curious about how you keep, how you track things. How do you make sure the cards are being used for town vehicles? I'd like to know about mileage, you know, how much gas is going into things. And I'm wondering if this is something that we're going to hear about more.
So I got a letter from Feather Petroleum that they are no longer going to do their house accounts. The option is whatever we choose, or they have a fleet card that they're offering. That fleet card, each person will have to have a fleet card, which is no different than the way that we have the house account set up. They have to put in the, they have to put in information, including the odometer reading, into the system when they get the fuel, and so it tracks who's using it, what vehicle, and the odometer reading each time they use it.
Okay, that sounds like it's going to be more secure, perhaps, than the current program. I mean, I don't know what the, if you can comment on that.
We can't comment on that, so.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so Christine.
Christina Patterson, Price Road. I'm very concerned about that reimbursable grant for $125,000 that we got. It almost seems like that would be a board decision for that amount of money. I don't know who actually determined that $55,000 was going to the businesses and 70 would be now going to a sign.
It's not 70, it's 16,000.
How much?
16.
16. And then the rest is accounted for?
Oh, that's already been accounted for and paid out and reimbursed.
Okay. And my concern is that who determined the proportions? Like, there were 4 businesses that went out of business in this last year that could have really been helped by this grant. I don't know what the guidelines were, but the businesses, a lot of them that I talked to, didn't even know about this. So I'm not sure how that was, that communication was given out.
Well, we had an application process that was taken to every business up and down Grand Avenue, also put on the website, so that all the businesses were informed.
Okay.
And they could apply for it.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering if on the financial statements monthly that we could get the Kristen Chesnick, what she owes and what she's giving back.
I believe there is a line item on there. It's called restitution.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Melissa Brady, Pitkin Road. I have a business on Grand Avenue, and I didn't get any notification of any business bonus or assistance. So how do I become part of that?
This was back in the fall.
I was there in the fall.
Okay. Well, it's gone. It's done. We gave away all that money.
Right. But you said that notice was given to all the businesses. I didn't get a notice, and I'm wondering how to be on your bulletin.
Yeah, we don't have a business registration. If you want, you can call up Corinne and you can let her know you are a business and give her your address and information. But at this point in time, the town does not require any kind of business registration.
I see. But you just, so thank you for that. you just said that all the businesses on Grand Avenue were notified, and I was not notified. So how is that true? I'm just asking you to back that up.
This is what I know, is that the police went up and down and handed out these applications to the businesses on Grand Avenue. I don't know if your business was perhaps closed at the time, or if it was, I don't know.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Berner.
I'm just curious why it was limited to businesses on Main Street. I have a business. We're doing not as well as we would like to be doing. We didn't get anything about this. And I want to point out, I pay commercial water rate. I think everybody in town that has a business pays a commercial water rate. That is a de facto registration of who is running a business in this town. And the other thing I got to say is I am gobstruck that nobody on this board knows what the limit on the purchasing policy is. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sure.
Patterson, Rio Grande. Mary Bachran, how much did you get from this COVID grant?
Not
for your
1 cent.
masks? Not 1 cent?
Zero.
Zero?
Yes, Chris.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I have a question, and I don't know exactly how you want to take it, but I would like to see, before grants are made or written out and applied for, that they come before and they're out in the open in the town so that we know what's going on. Does that make sense? Instead of, oh, well, we got this grant 6 months ago, you know, and people don't, and you're like, what? Where'd this come from? Oh, well, so-and-so applied for it. I'd rather it be up front before any grant, and I don't think any grant should be applied for in the town, for the town, without it being up to the public first. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, let's move on to the treasurer's report. Mr. King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Payroll was reviewed and dispersed by the town administrator. We've reviewed disbursements for tonight and recommend approval. And as my absence from the board was delayed, I will now be gone from June 21st through June 28th. And I request the town administrator and the Finance and Personnel Committee to review payroll and release same. Thank you.
All right. Let's move on to disbursements. Can I get a motion, please?
I move that we approve payment of accounts payable in the amount of $46,295. The Norris retirement payment for $1,680. Chase credit card, $2,336.42. Amazon credit card, $336.56. The transfer and payment of payroll of $23,161.25. And payroll taxes of $10,495.77. And also a payroll direct deposit, oh, we said that, $23,161.25.
All right, can I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Yes, Bill.
I had two questions on the disbursements. The first one is the Delta Building Center, $3,529, and it says Park Pump House. What was done to the Park Pump House? They got what?
They got a new shed to put the pump house in.
Okay. The second one is the Susan Leon. You know, I don't know quite. I thought we had a contract with them, and but I see the amounts are all over the board. 725 this time.
It's 725 every month this
No,
year.
This year,
It went up this year.
and is that a contractual rate adjustment built into the contract?
No, that's decided at budget.
Okay.
Other questions? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I have a question on page 41. This is above the budget to actual. This is where we've got project descriptions. The amounts that are listed in the budget for the projects at the Town Hall upgrade and the Ellen Hansen Smith Center are quite different from the amounts I have in my notes from our budget sessions at the end of last year. So I'm wondering when those changed or how those amounts were determined.
What you're looking at is capital improvement only. The Ellen Hansen Smith Center, there's money coming from capital and also from parks.
Okay, I'm not sure that answers my question, but I'll do more research on it. Thank you. On page 49 of the packet, we've got a grant funds summary. Could you explain the difference between the received and in-process categories for those grants? Specifically for the COVID reimbursement, we're showing received of 36,000 approximately, and in process of 86,000, and I don't understand what that means.
That means I have actually received the reimbursement for 36,000. I am in the process of applying for the reimbursement at 86,000. And it's actually, there's an additional, there'll be an addition to that, but it's not complete at this time.
Okay. I assume when that grant closes out, we'll get a full summary of expenses related to that and what the funds were used for.
Yes, we've already had an interim report on that once.
Yes.
And so, yeah, we will get, and it does close out at the end of this month.
Mm-hmm. Okay. On the actual disbursements, page 50, we have the line for the Clisette LLC kitchen remodel. I thought Clisette LLC did the roof, and if I'm remembering, I thought that was grant funded. So when was the kitchen remodel approved?
Well, it was, hold please. It was. But you already paid, you already paid for part of it. You already gave him the deposit. This is the final.
If this was a board approved project, I'll look back in the minutes and find it. I just don't remember having that conversation at the board level at all, and I believe this does exceed our purchase policy, which I believe is $5,000 before the board needs to be made aware of it, unless I've got that amount wrong.
You did approve it. There was a contract. It was done quite a while ago.
Then I stand corrected, and I'll find a copy of that. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, yes, Paige.
Paige Smith. Could we go back on the kitchen remodel at the Ellen Hansen Center? So in disbursements, we're making the final payment to the contractor?
Yeah.
Have you looked in the window? Have you seen the kitchen there? It is not finished. It is. And you're talking the kitchen there in the park in that building, right?
Yes.
I just looked in there the other day. You couldn't go in there and run any water. Excuse me, what is going on? The kitchen is completely disassembled. Go look at it. The cabinets are in the center of the room. There's no sink. There's no nothing, just
It will
cabinets.
be complete before the check is released.
No, well, then they better be working 24/7. Are you kidding me? Seriously, you all should go look in the window. Okay?
I'll get back with the contractor.
I mean,
We'll hold that check. Put a hold on that check.
so you would have paid that person without checking on the construction being
Absolutely
finished?
not.
Cindy, please go in there and look. I was just there 2 days ago, looking in the windows and said, what is going on? So, excuse me, but this is reality.
Thank you. All right. Let's move on to, we have a motion and a second for disbursements. All in favor?
Aye.
Gina Patterson, so are you not paying the contractor, or are you?
Check for
Okay,
the
great,
contractor
thank
until
you.
it's finished. All right.
Should that also that have a board action? Do we approve the payment of the disbursements and make the motion to hold the check until approval by town administrator that the funds should be released?
I really think it would be good. We've got the motion on the table. I think what we should do here is satisfy that, and then it seems like there's a separate action, and I think it can go under disbursements, but maybe there's a motion from the trustees that addresses the concerns that have been raised with respect to that payment to the contractor.
So we should do it after the approval of the
I'm sorry, could we do this as an amendment to the motion so that we're not approving the disbursements without addressing that line?
Yeah, I think one way or the other, I think we have to address it. I'm just trying to kind of say, yeah.
I move that we amend the motion to pay the disbursements by holding the check for the Ellen Hansen Center work that was done for $11,346.73. So I amend the motion to approve the disbursements that by withholding that amount.
Okay.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion to approve disbursements with the holding of the check for Clisette on the Ellen Hansen Center. All right. So, yeah.
Back again and get approval for the Clisette, or can we send it out ourselves without coming back again?
Well, I think it should come back to the board. That's $11,000.
Okay.
It exceeds our budgetary amount that the town administrator can approve. Bill, it's $10,000. We knew the answer. We just didn't want to interrupt you. So I think it should come back for the board approval. No?
Okay. All right. So we have the amendment for the holding of the check for the Clisette. Do we have a second on that? All in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes. Now, we have a motion on the board to approve the disbursements with the amendment that we hold the Clisette check. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
That motion passes. All right. Let us move on then to unfinished business, Dark Skies proposed ordinance review. Aaron.
Hello, Aaron Watson, organizer for Dark Skies Paonia. So I've got a few pieces of the agenda here. There's some news I wanted to share with you all to start. There's been a lot of activity in western Colorado in the dark sky front in the last few weeks. Crestone, Colorado was recently certified as a dark sky town, as well as yesterday, Nucla and Naturita received their certification as well. So this is great to see other towns recognizing their dark sky resource, which we also have here in Paonia. Also, this is great because the ordinances for these towns are now publicly available, so we can look at these other towns for specific details on the aspects we're working on. So with that, I have a short presentation, a brief video, and then a few slides I'd like to show with the mayor's request that we talk about talking about like what a residential house, what 6,500 lumens looks like, what 25,000 lumens looks like, so we can talk about that a little bit. First is a short, it's less than 2-minute video explaining lumens from energy.gov. So can we start that?
There's not going to be, I couldn't get the sound to work.
Okay,
Is
so
there
that,
sound to this?
that may not,
Not helpful.
you know, we could just,
It didn't look like there was sound.
you
but-
could just leave it on this slide because this is.
Oh, there is sound.
Today you'll see more light bulb options in stores. These bulbs will give you the light you want while saving you energy and money. Here's something to consider. In the past, we bought light bulbs based on how much energy or how many watts they use. But today's energy-saving light bulbs use up to 80% less power to give you the same amount of light. So, wouldn't it make more sense to buy bulbs based on how much light they provide? With lumens, you can do just that. Lumens are a measure of brightness, so if you know how many lumens you want, you'll buy just the right bulb for any spot in your home. Instead of buying an inefficient 60-watt bulb, look for an efficient replacement that gives you about 800 lumens of light. If you're replacing a 100-watt bulb, look for an energy-saving bulb that gives you about 1,600 lumens. Just think, the more lumens, the brighter the light. To help you shop for the light you want, you'll find an easy-to-read label on light bulb packages. So, you'll have a simple way to see the bulb's brightness, how much the bulb will cost to operate for a year, and other qualities, like light color, from warm yellowish to cool bluish. With more energy-saving choices appearing on store shelves, including compact fluorescents, or CFLs, light-emitting diodes, or LEDs, and energy-saving incandescents, you'll have more options that save you money. So, when shopping for a new bulb, look for lumens, or how bright the bulb is. Remember lumens, the new way to shop for light.
Okay. It worked.
Then I have a few slides that show actual houses with lights on them. And, so the first one here, what this is showing is on the left, these lights have glare, and what it's showing is you can't see the steps very well because the glare is making it too bright in the eyes. Whereas if you have down-pointed shielded lighting, it really illuminates the area you're trying to light up. And so, like that house on the right, those are 4 lights, you know, so if those are 800 lumens each, that's going to be 3,200 lumens on that house. Right now we have 6,500 lumens for a residential set, so that would be 8 shielded light fixtures that would be allowable with this amount. Okay, the next slide, please.
Oops. Sorry.
There you go. This again is showing the effect of shielded lights. If you shield the light and point it where you want it, it actually produces, with less watts, you can produce more light in the area that you'd like it. Again, because you're not wasting light by shining it into the sky or, you know, out into the environment. So this is just showing that the 45-watt shielded is actually illuminates just as good or even better than the 90-watt unshielded. So 45 watts, I believe, is about 450 lumens. Okay, next slide, please. This is a kind of classic photo, and what you can see here is all that's changed is the person taking the photo blocked the light to shield it. In the photo on the left, you can't see, but there's a person in that gate there. But when you shield the light from your eyes, you can actually see the person. So it's showing that more light isn't necessarily safer. It's how we use the light, and proper shielding is actually safer. Okay, so next slide, please. So here's an example of some good home lighting. So this is shielded lighting, and there's a number of beautiful, aesthetically pleasing lighting fixtures we can use that the bulb is recessed above the plane where it can show through. It's like up on the top of the top 2 fixtures. In the image there, you can see that Hinckley Shelter Series is lighting up that alcove quite nicely without having a lot of glare coming off it. And then the bottom light is a par shield, so that's something that can clip onto spotlights or floodlights to keep them completely shielded. So these are just examples of kind of what's out there. There's so many more lighting fixtures and more coming as this movement continues to grow. And then I have one more slide. So here's an example of apartment lighting done right. And you can see there's a number of outdoor lighting fixtures here. They're all shielded. And so this is kind of an example of what it looks like to have proper shielding, you know. And I've counted at least 6 or 7 lights here. And so if these are all about, you know, the 800 lumens, this is about the maximum our ordinance at the current, what we have in here, allows for outdoor lighting. And again, this isn't what, you know, we don't want that's not the desire is to have the maximum amount of lights. It's just a limit. Really, we want our design to have the least amount of light possible with the dark sky ordinance. Okay, so hopefully that helps answer your questions and helps educate the public and the board about the lumens and kind of what we're looking at here for these numbers in our ordinance. Okay, and then I want to move on. The final piece here is the revisions we've made since last time we met. And so there's a number of revisions, 3 main ones I wanted to briefly touch on. The first is in our provisions, general provisions. We've added a clause here to restrict greenhouse lighting within town limits. So we had a number of complaints about a new greenhouse that went up. And this is a problem not just in Paonia, but across the board in dark sky communities. So what we added was a curfew. So the greenhouse lighting would need to be turned off between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. local time, as well as full shielding requirements on those greenhouses. And one thing people can do is there's blackout curtain, like blackout tarps that can be used over the greenhouses. That's probably the best thing to do if you're going to use lights at night, just to keep it fully shielded. But this wouldn't, you know, require that, but it would require full shielding on those lights if they're there. So that, and then a couple more pieces in the exemption section. So this is kind of where we're getting a little pushback from the International Dark Sky Association. I showed them this draft, and they're like, okay, well, you have these exemptions where you can allow unshielded lighting. So they don't like that so much, and when they see that, they want to see limits put on that unshielded lighting. So the first thing I have on here is the flagpoles. Previously, we had allowed, we recommended for flags to be taken down at night, otherwise to be lit from above. And if not, we still allowed, if they're under 15 feet, to have lighting from below. And so the IDA, they said that may be okay, but they're not very excited about that. And with other exemptions we have, this was something they suggested, taking out the lighting from below, so we're not shining any light up. So if that's acceptable to the board, that's the way we can go. We can add down lighting back in, but I think it's going to create a red flag here with other parts. And so that leads to the final section, which was we were asked to add a section on maximum allowed amounts of unshielded lighting. This includes our exceptions, so things like lighted signs and the flagpoles. I know in Paonia there is a love for Christmas lights and holiday lights. So from another dark sky ordinance I found that had another town that also enjoyed their holiday lights, it seemed that they were able to limit or to exclude the holiday lights from the unshielded limits. So that is potentially a way we could get around that. And what I have here in number C in the exemptions is this is the maximum allowed amount of unshielded lighting. And I just put in 2,500 lumens for our 3 zoning districts that we have, the industrial mixed use, the multi-unit residential, and the single family. And the reason I did that was because in our flagpole exemption, we allow for that unshielded lighting 2 1,250 lumen fixtures if we go with that route. So that's why I included 2,500 lumens there. But that is, completely up to us as far as, what the board thinks is a appropriate level there for that unshielded lighting. And so, yeah, so that's pretty much the main points. There were a couple other minor revisions, like in the variances, we took out the $25 fee. But those three were the main points there. So I guess what I would like is a little guidance on how to move forward and revisions we can make going forward for the next iteration.
Okay. Comments, questions from the board? Yes, Dave.
Well, first of all, I think you're trying to thread the needle here. You're trying to be sensitive to the needs of the town, but also in order to get dark sky compliance, which is what our goal is here, we have to get things in this ordinance that kind of meet that. And I think you've done a good job with the suggestions that you've had here. I want to be clear for people that are listening to this that, some of the people that have residents might be thinking, well, gosh, how soon do I have to buy these things? And you need to understand that it's 10 years to bring it in with compliance. So I think with a lot of outdoor fixtures and stuff, there's simple ways to be able to get the shielding you need that isn't expensive, but there's a 10-year compliance thing. So it isn't like every house in Paonia needs to come up to standards within that period of time. But I would suggest that the board take action on this. Our committee has worked really hard on bringing this forward and trying to take as much public input as we could in the process. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Yes, Michelle.
Just a clarification on the section regarding greenhouse lighting. Is that an or option? So greenhouse lighting either needs to be fully shielded so that it's not, so that you're not getting additional unshielded light, or it needs to be subject to a curfew, or are you expecting greenhouses to both be fully shielded and subject to a curfew?
I believe the way it's written, what we talked about as a board, was for both to be true.
Okay.
So that they would have the curfew and be fully shielded.
Okay. I don't know if you've had input from local growers. I wonder if that's realistic or if that would create a hardship for local growers to be limited in their hours. I think if the greenhouse is fully shielded, then that accomplishes the goal of not adding additional light to the environment. So I wonder if that could be changed to an or I could be totally off base because I have no experience with greenhouses.
All right. Other comments from the board? All right. Seeing nothing. So Aaron, tonight, are you looking, you're going to rewrite this ordinance again? Is that what I'm understanding?
I mean, there are some TBRs that are still in there, to be reviewed sections. So it does need a rewrite to take that out. And, there is the final numbering of things, and there is some things that, I'm not capable of doing, and it would need town support at some point. So, yeah, I'm not sure if you want us to rewrite it at this point, or, how you want to move forward.
Well, as far as the TBRs, that's information that you're going to bring to this?
We could, as a board, we can come up with like the unshielded lighting limits and things like that, and make an estimate at it and put it in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that seems like a good idea.
Okay.
Are there comments from the public? Oh, wait. Yes.
Just kind of what I envision to that question, if Aaron and the committee could, seems like there's a couple, incorporate notes from the board, from the public this evening, maybe a little bit of cleanup, and then it can go to our desk and my desk, and then we can get it on the agenda subsequent to that. So.
All right. And Karen?
I just wanted to comment that I like that you put examples of the color comparison in here, and also the little chart for how to buy a light bulb. I think it's just really helpful information. Thank you.
Welcome.
Dave.
Last thing I wanted to point out is I really appreciate how you showed the changes in the documents too. So it was really easy for us as board members to look at what was there before and what's there now and what are the changes. So thanks for doing that, Aaron.
You're welcome. Good input. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments from the public? Yes, Chris. Yeah.
Chris Kendall, Minnesota Creek Road. I have a question. How much does this cost? What does it cost? I mean, is it the town has to put money in it, and people? I mean, you're gonna have to do your coverings or your shields. Is that all there is, or what kind of costs are involved? Okay.
Yeah, so there's no costs in general to do the certification and apply. There are costs involved with upgrading lighting to be compliant with the shielding and color temperature regulations. So so there will be a need to replace non-compliant lighting. And again, we have a 10-year amortization period where that can happen. As far as raising funds for that, you know, as Dark Skies Paonia, we are a nonprofit, and other counties, like Custer County, there's a program where across the county, their organization, their Dark Sky organization, will pay for upgrading to fixtures, completely pay for the fixtures to be upgraded. So that's something we could look at as a board if it becomes an issue to replace these lights. Because that's really the only cost I can see at this point. Yeah.
And it's my understanding that all the lights in Paonia are currently Dark Skies compliant. So all the town lights, street lights are town compliant.
The street lights are, you know, and there's a whole section on street lights we can get into it. There is an issue because we don't own or operate all of them. So that is in the clause, that owned and operated by the town of Paonia. Because one thing they're asking for streetlights is for adaptive controls, which is that dimming, which DMEA has said at this point they're not willing to do. But because we're not in control of them, we don't need to fall for that. But there are other lights, there are other town lights besides the streetlights that will need to be replaced. And that's going to be part of our next task once the ordinance is passed, is to do this lighting inventory, which is part of the requirement, to look at all of the town lights and see which ones will need to be replaced. And at that point, you know, it would be a lot easier to come up with a figure for what that's going to cost. And I just want to add that, as we've seen with the streetlights, by upgrading to LED, there's automatically an energy saving with that, and we will save, you know, money there with the energy savings to LED. So that does help a little bit.
Did I see any other questions? No? No? Anything else? Yes, Mr. Bruner.
Yeah, I want to really thank the Dark Sky people for having stepped in here. There was a long process of getting to LED streetlights, and I'm really glad that it didn't happen until these guys came along, because it's become a very good thing, and it may not have been nearly as good as it is. And the other thing, so thank you. The other thing is on the greenhouses. Anybody seen the movie Saving Grace? It's a really good movie. It's British. This woman's trying to grow pot, and she thinks she's being very secretive. Everybody in town at the bar has got their sunglasses on when she turns on her lights at night. But anyway, with the greenhouse thing, it's like the shielding is like great, but a greenhouse that's shielded is still a very bright hunk of real estate. I really would hate to have one next to me when I'm trying to go to sleep. So I would suggest that shielding and the curfew and or a shield, so you don't have this giant, bright, emitting thing, would be probably the right thing. I think this is really good stuff.
Thank you. Anything else? Yes.
Yeah, good evening, Council. My name is Jeff Rauch. I live on Minnesota Avenue. And I just want to thank all of you who have hung in there so long to go through this Dark Skies designation. Lynn and I on our property are working really hard to make it into a bird and insect sanctuary. And I know if you look out your window this time of year, it might not be a problem. But according to Audubon and all the others, both birds and insects that they depend on are in drastic decline everywhere. So they need all the help they can get. We all know that light negatively affects birds and insects, and it's hard to determine all the ramifications of it. It's most obvious during migration, certainly in the cities and all that, but it happens everywhere. These problems happen everywhere. So You know, the thought of having unshielded lights or bright lights or unnecessary lights, to me, is just unconscionable. This earth needs all the help it can get. Birds and insects are just a critical part of our survival, even though we might not notice it. And again, just thank you for hanging in there and all your support. Blessings.
Thank you. Anything else? Yes, Suzanne.
When you're talking about curfews on lighting, and perhaps there should be curfews on holiday lighting too. I don't know if that's ever been considered, or is it just like neighbors trying to be neighborly, hopefully, because there can be some pretty annoying holiday lights that I think are pretty gaudy and unnecessary. But so I was just wondering, I know our police chief isn't here, but is there a place for, maybe not within the dark skies ordinance, but just in general nuisance ordinances, can lights be considered nuisances, like barking dogs, you know, things that affect your sensory system, your eyes, or, you know, light, olfactory, smells, stench, and audible things? I'm just wondering if there can be a nuisance ordinance regarding lights. So if you're faced with a situation with a neighbor with a overly bright greenhouse, even though it's shielded, but it's still become a nuisance for you, is there any recourse that a resident could have? And I don't know if you might consider that outside of the dark skies ordinance, because I feel if you weight the dark sky ordinance too much with like details like that, it might be difficult. And so perhaps there's a nuisance factor to lights too that could be in what, chapter 2 of our ordinances, I think. I can't remember what the nuisance ordinances are. And then the 10-year coming in to compliance, I mean, whatever, I'm kind of, I mean, I don't know how much teeth that has actually, because when people go out and maybe a light bulb burns out, I mean, who's to say they just go out and put the next one in because they have a 10-pack of that same bulb? And so replacement is a little meaningless. I mean, in the best possible scenario, I guess you'd hope for that, but really you have no way of knowing when people are going to replace a light bulb. But that's just a detail that's probably not important. So I was just maybe would like the council to consider a nuisance light ordinance too. Thanks.
Okay, anything else? All right, seeing none. All right, Aaron, thank you very much for your video and everything that you've done. And we look forward to hopefully a final iteration on this.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. All right, let's move on to the ordinance 2021-03, Board of Appeals. So we have the updated Board of Appeals language. If I can find it in the packet. Okay, and this is the third read on this. The modifications from the previous 2 readings have been included. Do we have any questions or comments from the staff on this ordinance before we move forward on it?
Nothing substantive,
Okay.
Mayor. Just look to incorporate the specific changes that were outlined by the board at the last meeting.
Okay. Any comments from the board? Yes, Bill.
Well, on page, well, in section D.
Is that page 93?
Well, it could be. 3 of 5? Yeah, 93.
Okay.
But anyway, it's the purpose of the Board of Appeals is to hear and decide appeals of orders, decisions, or determinations made by the building officials relative to the application and interpretation of the codes. So it's not just the application, but it is also disagreements on how the code is interpreted?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Michelle?
Yeah, just a couple of, I think, minor corrections in section E at the bottom of page 93 and top of page 94. There's still two places where it says Board of Adjustment instead of Board of Appeals. But that's all I have.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, anything from the public? Yes, Bill.
So, would anybody speak to how a person appealing something from a building code to this board is going to get justice if the people on this board are not really knowledgeable about the building code?
Bill, Bo?
Well, and I think it'd be fair somewhat for Trustee Pattison to hit upon this, because one of the concerns that she raised, and it's been addressed in 18, 11, 10, the goal is to have qualifications and experiences as outlined by the IBC.
Right, as a goal, not as a requirement, correct?
Yes.
As a requirement?
No, as a goal.
As a
You're-
goal.
you're correct.
Okay, so if we fall short of that goal, and a person has to go in and face the ruling of people that don't really know what they're talking about, how does that help? I mean,
I see.
technically, we've got the board, but
Yeah.
so what?
I see eyes in my direction. So we made it a goal rather than a requirement, because the requirements in Appendix B of the IBC are extremely extensive, and we thought it unlikely that we would be able to meet the full qualification requirements of that appendix. However, my hope would be that the board would not appoint people that did not have at least some of the requisite qualifications, even if we're not able to meet them in full.
Okay, but this is a board that's dual duty, correct?
It is,
So
and
you-
less
so you're-
conflicted.
So it seems like, in a way, perhaps you've compounded your problem, because the other half of this board's job is to be familiar with the zoning ordinances, correct? And these are not necessarily overlapping skills. You know, I understand the difficulty of filling these boards in a small town, but sometimes doing something is not really the best thing. I guess that my suggestion would be to include an avenue for appeal if someone gets a ruling on zoning or building that they feel has come down from people that are really not qualified to hear their appeal. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Michelle.
If I may, I don't want to speak for the board on this, but my personal take is that this is better, but not perfect. And Dave, go ahead.
Well, having been on the GAPS committee before, the concern was making it politicized, bringing it to, allowing them to appeal this to the Board of Trustees, and now it comes to us and we're probably even less qualified. So that was the concern, and I'm not trying to engage in a dialogue here. I'm just telling what our rationale was for doing this.
I was not suggesting that it be appealed to the Board of Trustees.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
And then just lastly, there is a final appeal process that's a civil remedy that's available with most administrative decisions, which is a Rule 106, abuse of discretion. And what that evaluates as whether or not the decision that was rendered is supported by the record that was created.
Okay. All right. So can I get a motion to accept this? Oh, sorry. Suzanne, let's put a motion on the table and then we'll talk. Can I get a motion to approve this?
I'd like to move that we approve this, I'm trying to get the title, Ordinance 2020-103, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Paonia, Colorado, establishing a Building Code Board of Appeals.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Suzanne.
I'd like to suggest that the Board of Appeals and the Zoning Board of Adjustment might be separate, two separate entities, because one does specifically deal with land use, and they are described in state statute. And I know it's kind of a matter of convenience and maybe trying to get enough people to staff the building code appeal board, but I'm just wondering, I wish we could investigate in the community how much interest there might be. I mean, maybe there are 5 very qualified people who'd like to be on the building board of appeals, and in the absence of there not being enough, maybe then you can go to the zoning board of adjustment and say, would any of you like to serve on this board too? You know, they're probably not going to meet very often. And it's, you know, like we saw on the water advisory board, there were a lot of very qualified people who applied for that, and people who didn't get selected because there weren't enough positions open. So I really wish there was a way that we could perhaps start by seeing if how much interest is there in the community to staff these positions. The zoning board of adjustment, it's kind of in a shambles. I don't think it's the zoning board of adjustment's fault. It's just that we've ignored it for so long, just as a town. And you know, that's our bad. It doesn't mean that people aren't interested. It's just that we haven't offered it. And one last question, because I skimmed it, so I'm asking you to answer this for me, but who is it, the entire town board who appoints the Board of Appeals, or is it a specific individual? Bo?
It's the town board.
Yep. The town board, okay. Great, and another thought is perhaps yeah, never mind, I'm getting too complicated.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2021-03, the Paonia Building Code Board of Appeals. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, moving on to the DMEA franchise agreement update. We do have a white paper in here. Is there anything you would like to add to that, Bo?
No, that was the request from the trustees at the last board meeting to include a white paper that hits some of the highlighted items. This was prepared by DMEA's counsel. I cross-referenced it, but just getting this for second reading, as I recall from my notes, we didn't have any substantive changes to the first reading. The issue, though, that was presented itself and was discussed at the last meeting was the calculation of the franchise fee collection.
Okay, can we get a motion on the table to accept the DMEA franchise agreement? Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion from the board?
So, okay, excuse me.
Okay, Bill.
So what is the final determination on the charging of sales tax on the franchise fee?
There was no change from how it was initially presented, in that it would be included in the calculation.
And Dave?
The second thing, I just wanted to ask council about section 810. It says no discrimination. What caught my eye is there's nothing about gender expression or sexual orientation in there. And if I remember, there's a state law at least about the sexual orientation on discrimination. I'm not sure about gender expression, but I didn't see those in there.
So that burden does fall on DMEA, and obviously they would be responsible for adhering to state law. If you have concerns specifically and you would want that provision in there, I think what you could do is approve it with an amended section to include those issues.
To make a motion that the paragraph 810, that the non-discrimination paragraph include gender expression and sexual orientation.
Okay, let me make sure I know where you are, Dave.
Page 111, and 810 is near the bottom of 111.
And I'm sorry, can you just repeat that one more time?
I'd like to include the terms gender expression and sexual orientation in the non-discrimination paragraph.
Okay, so
I'll
let
second
me
that.
understand this, that we have a motion to amend the main motion to include that, okay, that gender
Gender expression
expression, okay,
and sexual orientation.
be included. Okay. Do I hear a second on that?
I second that.
Any discussion from the board? All right, hearing none. Anything from the public on that specific issue? All right, hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, now we're back to the main motion. I believe, Suzanne, you had your hand up to comment.
My understanding of what DMEA said in regards to the sales tax on top of the franchise fee was it was up to you guys. They didn't have a dog in that fight, and it was up to what this town board decided. It is truly a pass-through fee, and it seems disingenuous to me to ask DMEA to collect this fee on the town's behalf, have DMA collect it. It's not part of their doing business. It's not a penny of the franchise fee goes into their coffers. They're collecting the fee on behalf of the town and remitting it back to the town. So for them to collect it and then have to collect sales tax for both the town and the county and then remit the fee back, it's not right. But that being said, I'd like to point out the way this agenda item was agendized. There's an open meeting compliance memo from the town attorney in the packet, and he talks about the statute requires full and timely notice to the public is required for any meeting at which the adoption of any proposed policy, position, resolution, rule, or regulation or formal action occurs. But then, notice shall include specific agenda item, agenda information where possible. Have you looked at the agenda for this DMEA franchise ordinance? Above it, we have the ordinance 2021-03 for the Board of Appeals. This DMEA franchise agreement is an ordinance. Would any ordinary person who comes and looks at the agenda posted at the site of legal posting to the left of the town hall know that you are adopting an ordinance tonight about a franchise agreement? No. This item has not been agendized properly. You should not be adopting an ordinance without publishing it on your agenda. So I'd like you to postpone this until you have it properly noticed. The first reading was also not agendized properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve the DMEA franchise fee agreement with the words gender expression and sexual orientation added in section 810. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, that motion does not pass. Yes, Mr. Bear.
I would approve it if we weren't charging sales tax on the franchise fee, but if we're not going to change that, then I can't support it.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
I didn't support it because it wasn't properly agendized.
Okay. Then perhaps what we do is bring it back as an ordinance. Yes.
As I recall, we didn't change that. We didn't ask for the change of that because it's also listed that way in other documents that we have, other places, and it would have to be going back and changing other ordinances. And we just said, it's not that big a deal, let's leave it alone. That's why it got moved the way it is now.
Okay. Well, I suggest that we go ahead and have this agendized in a different manner on the next agenda. And maybe we can approve it at that point. Okay, next, new business, professional engineering services, water infrastructure analysis, scope of services. Tammy and Bill, I believe you are taking this discussion.
Yes, so we got a supplemental request from the JDS Hydro folks to do some additional work that was originally requested, and to kind of refresh people's memory. When we decided to do this JDS Hydro study, the moratorium, the TAP moratorium had not passed, but between them being approved as a contractor and actually coming to the town to meet with us and doing a site visit, water moratorium became a reality. And so at that time we did ask them to include information that could support doing away with the TAP moratorium. And we've reached the end of the study, and obviously a lot of people have read it. It's disappointing that there is such a lack of information available for the contractor, but that's not his fault. But they have come back and asked us if we want to complete it. They have a price for a technical moratorium on a technical memorandum on the TAP moratorium, so they would address that specific subject. The cost of that was $4,980. And then a second study was a revised water infrastructure analysis report with a PowerPoint presentation via Zoom, and that was going to be $44,769.47. So Trustee Meck and I did meet with Corinne and Travis about this the other day, and we did express our disappointment that the contractor did not have the data available. And basically it wasn't a very complimentary letter that we received back. But we did decide that as a committee we would support the town spending the money to complete the two technical memorandum for the TAP moratorium and the revised water infrastructure analysis for a total around $9,000. We would support that, but the staff had to find in the budget where they could reduce their spending. So we went through the expected expenses for the year and decided that we had $25,000 that was allocated in the study for additional surface storage, long-term surface storage. That money is going to be spent basically with engineers and attorneys. That we would take the $9,000 from that fund and get these two studies done. So if we have questions on that, I guess we could take your questions.
All right, questions from the board. Yes, Mick.
I guess I'm surprised that even without the water moratorium, that the proposal would not include monthly inflows, spillage, production, as well as recommendations for the system.
Yes.
So I'm just very surprised with that.
Well, the information, as I understand it, wasn't made available to them. We asked them to do this study, but kind of hard to complete a study where they don't have the information, and I think that's what's leading to a lot of people to the frustration that they have, especially earlier this evening.
But I would think their initial proposal still would have included that, even though they were not provided the information. I would think that should have been part of the deal.
So it's always been known that this was going to come back as a change order, that this was going to be something extra, and because the original contract was in 2019 and then the moratorium happened, it had to come as a change order, as an additional part of the study. As far as the data, they need 3 months of flow data. That data has been skewed. They were collecting it, but it has been skewed. There's a flow point meter, which measures all the production water, water treated going into the distribution system, and that has been reading a little lower than they had anticipated. FilterTech is working on that now, and they're going to get the meter. The meter works, but what it reads to the computer, there's a glitch in there, so it's been reading really low. As soon as they get that fixed, they will begin measuring and getting exact measurements to allow for this analysis to happen, the TAP moratorium analysis to happen, and they will have their data by the end of the summer. So the reason we support it is we need some analysis on this TAP moratorium so we can move forward with addressing the moratorium. We believe that what JDS Hydro is proposing will provide at least a very large picture of that.
It won't, they wanted 5 years worth of data to do that, which would have been, would have been great, but it didn't exist, town didn't have it. So they did the best they could. I think they built a good framework for an analysis, but it's going to take time now to plug data in. And I certainly don't see, myself, I don't see 3 months as being adequate, but it's going to take time to add the data. And, that's on us.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely the more data, the better. Yeah, 3 months is probably not enough, I guess. If they did not include recommendations in their initial proposal, yeah, we definitely have to have that. So, yeah, it doesn't look like we have a choice.
And Mick, I would like to point out too that when they did their original proposal, all this stuff was included in that proposal, including the water plant inflow data, water plant spill data, plant production. All that stuff was included in the original proposal. The problem was we didn't have the 5 years data that they wanted, and then the data that we could provide them, because of the computer glitch and the programming error in the flow valve, we didn't have correct data.
So there was also a big piece of this missing, and that is the 1 million gallon plant. They do have 3 years of spillage from the 2 million gallon, not the 1 million. So again, getting that 1 million gallon plant online is really critical to this whole picture, and we are fully aware of that.
Yes, Michelle.
So I have a lot of comments, but to respond to Tammy and comment specifically on the 1 million gallon tank. I'm very confused about what's going on with the 1 million gallon tank. So according to the information we have, it has not been online for 5 years. Even so, since for 5 years we've been using the 2 million gallon tank, we should have 5 years of data on water use in town. That should exist, whether that tank was online or not, because our town was still using water over the last 5 years. Next point. According to our administrator, Corinne, in November 2020, quoting here, being strict on our budget, we only bring the 1 million gallon online when the demand on the 2 million gallon is high, saving operation costs, chemicals, etc. If this is not a standard use tank, I don't think the data should rely on this at all. This would be an exceptional use tank, and we should be able to provide 5 years of data with or without it regarding our standard use.
Well, I don't disagree with you on this, on the data. The 1 million gallon tank, though, from reading the report, it becomes an integral part of our water system, and they feel, JDS feels, as I read the report, that it's necessary to have that 1 million gallon tank online. It's currently not online, as it was explained to Tammy and I. There is a altitude valve that connects the tank to the the existing water line. We advise Travis to get an engineer, figure out what he needs to do, and do that. So he's going to have SGM engineer take a look at it and figure out what he needs to do to get it online, but we made it clear to him the other day that it's imperative that he gets that brought online.
Okay. Next thing that has me confused about the 1 million gallon tank. In February of 2020, during our water crisis, it was expressed that the reason the 1 million gallon tank was offline was because of a computer issue. In July of 2020, July 14th of 2020, Public Works reported that we were spilling 20,000 gallons a day at the 1 million tank. At the very next meeting, we were spilling 40,000 gallons. And then in the September meeting of the same year, we were spilling 35 gallons per minute and not treating there because of the system update, the SCADA system. How were we spilling water and recording spillage there and not able to provide that data?
That's a Travis question that you're going to have to ask him directly, because I can't tell you that.
That's fair. I don't expect you to have an answer to that, but I think it's an important point to make that it was
Well,
reported to the board that we were spilling and treating at that tank several times over the course of 2020.
And that's why I supported your motion earlier this evening that we do that interim review. I think that this has risen to the point now where these questions need to be addressed, and so.
Yeah, so I think we need to know the current status of the 1 million gallon, exactly why it's been offline, how long it's been offline, when it was running, when it was not, and why the data while it was running could not have been provided, because we should have data while it was running. I would also like to know when the liner installation was complete, because that's been put forward as a reason several times, but along with many other reasons for that tank not being being up and running.
The liner was put in, I think that, Tammy, you were a reporter, you covered the meeting. I think Mary and I were on the Public Works Committee. I can't tell you the date, but we went up and viewed the application of the liner. The liner was done. The next reason why it couldn't come online was the computer didn't work. The computer system had failed and he couldn't find anybody to fix it. So we got that problem taken care of. Now it's the altitude valve.
Okay. As of November 2020, staff said that it would be ready in a couple months, and that it wasn't running at that time because staff hadn't completed the required testing following relining to bring it back online. So the timeline,
I can't reconcile those answers for you.
I know you can't, but I think it needs to be public record what those dates and reasons were, because when we're hearing it just like one-offs at every few months of meetings, it doesn't really register. When you put it all together, we've got a problem. This does not make sense.
No, it doesn't.
So those are my comments specific to the 1 million gallon tank. I have other comments as well.
Okay, well, let's direct comments to the approval of this additional money. So do you have comments for that, Michelle? Okay.
Okay, so going back to the summary form, page 121 of the budget. First off, it says the contract occurred prior to the passage of the moratorium. That is accurate. However, I lost my place. Okay, there we are. However, the moratorium was presented at public meetings on July 15th and July 23rd of 2019, and the bid from JDS Hydro was in the September 10th packet, so we were well aware of the moratorium at that time, and JDS Hydro did include in their bid, quoting, compare current system capacities, raw water, treatment, and storage versus projected growth. That was part of the original bid. So I understand that we would need a change order for a statement specific to the language of the moratorium, and we have discussed that in the past, and that makes sense. But as far as collecting the data and doing the work related to analyzing our capabilities, that was in the original proposal.
Right.
I do remember at the meeting with JDS Hydro, we knew that the moratorium was on the horizon. But I think some of this has to do with the funding agency that funded this, the DOLA, I believe it was. They were going to spend this much money, and that's what we got.
And again, the amendment that they're doing, when they discussed this, and it was first proposed to them after the moratorium was passed and said, okay, we have this, these are the requirements of the moratorium and we need to address this. They said at that time, it's going to cost us approximately this much money to address the specifics on the moratorium, above and beyond what was included in the study itself.
So additional comment on that first page, the summary, it says that JDS Hydro advised former Administrator Knight. That is absolutely not true. Former Administrator Knight was placed on administrative leave before the contract with JDS Hydro was ever awarded. It was Administrator Ferguson who was present at that meeting in January 2020. Would you like me to continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. So my next comment is on page 122 of the packet. This says, since the date of the stop work order, basically we got a stop work order from DOLA. I'd like to see a copy of the stop work order that has not been presented to the board, and I understand that it's related to a difference in expiration date, but it would be nice to see the actual order because I do think that that's relevant to our overall review of this project. Next, under task 1, still on page 122, it says JDS Hydro acknowledges that the amount of data is not available at this time. I would like a detailed explanation from our staff of why that data was not available. That data was requested by JDS Hydro in January of 2020. The report that our staff provided to JDS Hydro, if the draft report is accurate, and I acknowledge that it may not be, but the date listed in that report of what they received was March 2021. So why did it take a year and 3 months for staff to provide an incomplete data set? Okay. We already talked about the 1 million gallon tank. So section B, same page, JDS Hydro only has annual customer metered demand. We bill our customers monthly. It should be a simple export from Cassell for us to provide monthly data to JDS Hydro. So I'd like to know why that wasn't done.
And it was done. That's the thing. We proposed to give them the data, and when it turned out to be, I can't remember how many pages, they said they didn't want it.
I have a comment on that.
Yeah, please, Bill.
We asked that question. They were presented with 200 and some pages of data on the customer billing, but it, to my knowledge, it was not summarized into a monthly report.
So just to be clear, we provided raw data rather than the summary data that was requested?
Raw data for 1 month.
For 1 month.
I believe that. And
And
I could be wrong
accepted.
about that, but
Yeah.
that was my understanding.
Okay.
And that's my memory too, is that they accepted that because the 3 months was too large and they couldn't take it, they did accept the 1 month's data.
Obviously, that's not adequate to do this report on, so.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, so I'd like
I'm
to
just
hear
telling you
from,
what I think happened.
okay.
And Administrator Ferguson did say she can provide that, she can summarize that, so.
Okay, I'd like to hear from both staff and JDS Hydro on exactly what happened with that data, because it sounds like from their change order, they're saying staff didn't provide the data they need to complete this report, and so they're basically asking for a do-over with a smaller data set. What we're hearing, I guess, from staff is that staff provided the data and it was rejected. So I think whether we approve this change order would really depend on what happened there and what the gap was, who messed up.
I don't think that the change order reflects the data question. The data question is a larger issue that we have to deal with staff. The change order reflects addressing the moratorium.
My understanding is there are two pieces of the change order, so about $4,000 addresses the moratorium. The other $4,000 addresses the need for a do-over because of inadequate data.
You know, you may have the correct understanding, I don't know, but the first one, the moratorium, I don't think is data dependent. My understanding anyway.
Okay, so I would like for us to address those two questions separately then. I still have additional comments. Okay. So page 123, The work schedule has been extended approximately 1 year for reasons outside the control of JDS Hydro. I would like a detail of those reasons.
That's COVID. It's all COVID related, and JDS Hydro actually had to shut down for a while because they had a COVID outbreak in their facility.
They did have to shut down for a while. The administrator specifically said at one of the meetings regarding the delay that it was partially COVID, but not entirely COVID. We didn't get a further explanation. So I'd like to know why it was delayed for a year. I don't believe COVID delayed it for a year. And section C on page 123 toward the bottom of the page, it says the recommendations were completed in a rushed manner based on the dates pertinent information was received and the draft report deadline. Again, going to the study, it looks like we didn't provide information for a year and 3 months after it was requested. I would like to know if that's accurate and the details of why that data wasn't provided in a timely manner. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, other comments? Seeing none from the public? Yes, Chris.
And we only need 3 months of data. To me, that is not enough. I mean, look at from last year to this year, how much water we're down. That's 3 months is not enough, period. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Bill, did you have your hand up? Okay.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Michelle, very much. That's very perceptive questions. Yeah, I mean, it specifically says in here on task B that it's essentially redoing many areas of the report. And I agree, there should be some hard questions asked. I mean, I think this is symptomatic. I mean, you know, they're saying they're missing demand data, production data, inflow data, spill data. I mean, this is really basic. They actually say that basically the lack of data, they wasted their time and effort. I don't think that I mean, you kind of have to go through with this, but I can't imagine that any report based on 3 months worth of data is going to satisfy the terms in the moratorium. And I believe in the executive summary of the actual report, the guy actually says that without a lot of data, it's basically conjecture. So yeah, I think, you know, well, and another thing is transparency and communication. During the moratorium, one of the arguments advanced by some members of the board, nobody else on the board questioned it, were statements that this moratorium isn't needed. We're going to have the answers to these questions in a couple of months. The study's already in progress. I corred emails going back and forth. I heard there was a flurry of emails as the report was expected. I corred those, and there was emails back and forth about the part of the report that would respond to the moratorium. And to now find out that, and there's been comments made publicly in this room, that the response to the moratorium is, you know, it's going to be here. And in fact, it hasn't been contracted for yet. So go ahead, Bill, please, help me out.
Can I talk to you?
Yeah, please do.
When we originally did that, we understood that there was going to be a change order, Bill. Yeah, but I think we're all caught here a little bit by surprise that, you know, and I think that JDS Hydro did a good job with what they had available.
I'm not arguing.
They told us exactly what our problems are.
Yeah. So like,
I think that, you know, that's why I think we have to go ahead with this, but I'm not discrediting the rest of what you say.
I agree that you kind of have to go ahead with it. I'm just pointing out that there has been, I would call a failure of communication about what the public and the board should expect from this report that came out, because now to find out that we have to have contract amendments to get what I thought I was led was going to be happening already, it's just a communication shock, okay? So I'm very happy that there's questions being asked, and you know, I think there's people that assume that the moratorium came from people who wanted to stop growth in this town, and that is not me. I'm not trying to stop growth when I started this moratorium. I'm kind of agnostic about it. I think this town could double and it'd still be a small town. I kind of liked it the way it was, but I don't think it's fair to stop growth with a moratorium. I'm afraid that not having the data is going to extend the moratorium, and I think that's really a shame. And I think that it's going to set off a tsunami, and I hope it doesn't knock the town hall off its foundations, because that won't be good for any of us. So step up and good luck.
Thank you, Bill. All right, Suzanne.
I'm concerned about the 3 months of data. I don't think that's enough. When you look at our springs, my understanding is they produce differently during different times of the year, and they're the lowest in January, February, where that water crisis happened the last time. We had very little water coming out of our springs. If you listen to Travis talk about the spillage, I just don't see how you can use 3 months of data and get an accurate estimate of what we actually use. Thanks. Or what we actually produce. Thank you.
Bill.
My comment to that, Suzanne, would be, you know, they'll get their 3 months worth of data and they can evaluate it. But really it comes back to the board, you know, to make a decision whether we continue the moratorium, whether we find, yes, JDS Hydro did a good job of what we asked him to do, but we don't have enough data, and maybe the board acts on the moratorium, and maybe we decide to stay right where we're at. I don't think that that's a possibility that can't be ruled. It should be ruled out right now.
Okay. I actually have another question, and that is, do we have an idea of historically, we've had springs running for a long, long time, and surely if you ask John Norris or some of the older operators in this town, do they know what % of water production happens in January as compared to August? So you could look at our usage in August and project look at the water produced in August and project what it would be in January based on historical records. And I know we don't have a lot of records, but surely there's a pretty good understanding of the way our springs run. Between Dave Weber, Ron Rowell, perhaps, John Norris, some of the old-timers. And that's just a thought.
Well, that question was asked, and it was indicated to Tammy and I that Travis is going to get a lot of the information from the state engineer's office, because they do monitor those flows at least monthly and have historic data, but it wasn't made available to the contractor, JDS Hydro. Now, I don't know why. That's a question we have to delve into. I think they were made aware of the website, where the website was, but the contractor said, I don't know what the contractor thought at that point, but a lot of that data does exist. It exists in the state engineer's office and online. I don't have the website, but there is historical data available. It's not on individual springs necessarily. It's on a collection of some springs, and individual springs elsewhere. So, you know, just didn't get collected.
Okay, I actually have one more question about use, and I don't know how they compile usage data, but the use, what I'm actually using at my residence is a lot different than the potential of what my residents could use, because I'm a single person living in a 3-bedroom house. I have a house that's big enough to support a family, so it's not really about how much individuals are using today. It's what the housing inventory that we have right now could potentially support if it was actually filled to its granted amount, let's say. And that's, our houses aren't large, so perhaps we would use a little bit less than some communities, but I think we need to look at the size of our houses. Like, are they like 3-bedroom? Are they're single family houses, let's say? So what is a single family use? It's not what Suzanne uses. It's what is the potential for my house as a single family residence. And I don't know, that's all, I'm sure they're a lot smarter than me when they do these calculations, but I just wanted to point that out. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so we are at 9:28. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion we extend the meeting for a half an hour.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. All right. Yes, Dave.
Okay. I was just reading the actual confidential draft, and under 2.3.1 planning scope, and this goes to the moratorium question. Their second paragraph in the planning scope clearly outlines that they will have to charge us extra for the TAP moratorium thing. So I just want to make everyone aware of that. And in the, see if I can reference the page there so people can find it. It's under 2.3.1 planning scope. It's in the introduction, section 2.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this? Would anybody like to move?
I don't want to make a motion, but you know, we do have a water board, and I'm just saying if we're bringing all this to the public in our next meeting, it seems like having the water board in attendance would be a good idea.
Okay.
It will be discussion at our next meeting, which is on the 16th.
Okay.
Amy?
Would anyone like to make a motion at all?
I move that we approve the expenditure of funds for deliverables from JDS Hydro, deliverable A, technical moratorium memorandum, the TAP moratorium for $4,980, and B, the revised water structure analysis report for $4,769.49.
Do I hear a second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
What?
Are we going to have any discussion on that motion?
Okay, I thought we discussed this all to heck, but go to hell. I am sorry. Oh my God.
So your timeout is 9:30.
My timeout is 9:30. I should be sent home without my dinner. Oh my
into
God.
into the kitchen with you, Mary.
I apologize profusely. Go for it, Michelle. Oh my God.
I think it was like go to town or something is what I heard. So.
Yeah, I'm not going to take that seriously, and that's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah, so we have two deliverables. One is the technical memorandum for the TAP moratorium, and I am not disputing that at all. It was clear from the get-go that there was going to be a change order related to that. Fine, I approve that. Deliverable B, revised analysis. This is the section that's a do-over based on the data that we didn't provide them effectively the first time around, and now instead of 5 years of data, they're talking about giving us a report based on 3 months of data, which is not anywhere near sufficient for a complete report. So I just find that frankly ridiculous that that would be sufficient for us to make any kind of decision based on 3 months of data, or that we should even expect that we can effectively supply that given that the first request for a year's worth of data was January 2020, and in March 2021, a year and 3 months later, we were unable to provide that. So I have no confidence that we as a town are able to provide the data they need to complete deliverable B.
Okay. Please do, Bill.
I'm supporting it because I want to get it done. Whether we decided what we're going to do with the moratorium, I think is a whole different discussion. I'm not looking at this to solve that problem. Just gets us one step. It gets us one step closer to building the model we need to finish this.
And I see that we're going to approve this likely, but I just don't understand that throwing more money at it is the solution to this problem, because we threw plenty of money at it, and that was not the sticking point here. It was the data. So, fine.
No, and we do need a final report. We can't even approach the moratorium without a final report, and we have to do the piece B to get the final report to do the moratorium. Whether we accept that or not, or keep the moratorium, that's a different discussion entirely. Yes, Bill.
We could go back to JDS Hydro and ask them what we're going to get with the 3 months. And if there's any other data that could get compiled in there, such as the consumption numbers. You know, we don't necessarily have to get this done, this $4,000 task 2 done right away. Maybe we ask them to wait to complete that until we get additional data gathered besides these 3 months.
I would like to know if they would be willing to look at the 5 years of data if we're in any way able to provide it. Because I think that's what they requested. And the board did not hear an update any time between now and then that we were unable to provide that data or that it was rejected. Nothing at all. And I consider that, I can't speak for the whole board personally. I feel like that's a failure on my part to not ask the necessary questions, and I want to apologize to the public for that. But I just don't see how 3 months of data is going to get us anywhere.
Well, like I say, maybe we approve the expense, but we go back to JDS Hydro and say, hey, we're going to get the flow data from the state engineer's office, and the town staff can accumulate the 5 years worth of consumption data. Plug that in.
The other option would be to do this as 2 different motions.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second on the table. If somebody wants to modify that. All right. Why don't we just vote on it? Yeah, Bill.
I really am trying to help. There was a comment earlier that we were going to do all this report in the Paradise, and this proposal includes a Zoom meeting. When are we going to have the report in the Paradise with people in person and
well,
you know,
that's the final report, Bill.
That's what this is for.
Right, right.
Yeah,
and that's
it's for a Zoom meeting. It specifies Zoom meetings.
Okay. Or maybe the PowerPoint. I don't know. Good point, Bill.
Okay, all right. And I don't understand how an engineer that meets the terms of the moratorium could give you data that you're going to lift the moratorium with based on 3 months, or give you a report based on 3 months worth of data. I mean, that is nonsensical. I'm sorry, but what I think you're doing is you're buying a $4,000 report that says you can't lift the moratorium because you don't have enough data. This is what I think you're buying.
And that may be. And that may be.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Chris.
Sorry, I don't mean to complicate things, but it looks to me like you need to do it in 2 votes. Because you need to, the moratorium and the data. But you've got to go find the answers of the data before you can move forward. Because there's no sense in paying them $4,000, et cetera, more if you can't justify where the data is. whether they got it, they didn't accept it, whether it wasn't gave to them, or what. That's the big, that's the $99 question right at the moment, is you've got to find that data before you can move forward with them moving forward. And 3 months, I agree, is not enough data. I mean, even a year is not enough data. Look at what we've done in the last 3 years, how the water has been up and down. And we have such great range of water. I mean, we've had, what, one rainstorm this spring? And we had no snow last year. I mean, all the irrigation companies are going to be out of water the middle of June, July at the latest. So 3 months is not even realistic. So I think what you guys, I'm sorry, I don't need to tell you what to do, but make it separate so that you get your answers before you pay your money for nothing. Does that make sense? And thank you, Michelle, for asking the hard questions.
Yes, Christina. Oh. Can we turn off the fans? No, don't turn off the lights. That's all we need to finish the meeting in the dark. Okay, Christina.
Christina Patterson. I just want to thank Trustee Michelle Patterson, for being so comprehensive and really drilling down and asking all the right questions and taking a breath and asking to really comprehensively do this correctly. Don't rush into anything. And I would like to ask you, Trustee Patterson, how would you proceed?
Is that something the board wants me to respond to?
Sure.
That's a great question. I think our first step should be, if it were me, and I can't speak for the board, my first step is to have a public conversation with town staff and with JDS Hydro, get a copy of all communication regarding data that went back and forth between town staff and JDS Hydro over the last year and 6 months, and find out what really happened, where this process broke down, and how we can correct it.
Okay. All right.
I would vote on proceeding that way.
All right. So we do have a motion and a second on the board, on the table. So let's just go ahead and vote on this, and then if we need to take other steps, we can take other steps. All in favor? Yes, I was going to do that. All in favor of approving $4,980 for a technical moratorium for TAP moratorium, deliverable A, and $4,769.49 for the revised water infrastructure analysis report PowerPoint presentation via Zoom. Okay, all in favor? All opposed?
Nay.
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 Okay, that motion. Oh, okay, please do.
Trustee Bear? Trustee Budinger? Trustee Johnson?
Nay.
Trustee Knudsen?
Nay.
Trustee Meck?
Nay.
Trustee Patterson?
Nay.
Okay, that motion fails. Would anyone like to make an alternative motion, or do we just want to table this until the next meeting?
No, I'll make a motion. I make a motion and we approve task 1 only tonight.
Do I hear a second on that?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion on approving task 1 only? Yes.
As I said, I don't dispute that this was always going to be a change order. At the same time, I don't feel that JDS Hydro has sufficient data to give us anything other than a letter stating that they have insufficient data to respond to the moratorium. So I don't support spending $5,000 on that.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor of approving deliverable A, the technical moratorium for TAP moratorium?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
You got that, Amanda? All right, that motion passes. Yes, Bill.
I think Trustee Patterson had a good idea. I think that I would make a motion to have town staff produce all emails, information requests, and response between the town and JDS Hydro since the inception of this contract. All communications, emails, records of telephone calls, delivered to JDS Hydro, anything and everything that had to do with this study, and produce it as a for the town's board to review.
Okay. So we have a motion that the town staff, the board directs the town staff to produce all communications, including emails and records of telephone calls with JDS Hydro.
I would further add that it makes available in 30 days.
No, for the scope of the study.
Since the inception of the study. And since the inception of the study,
okay,
up until they furnished their draft report.
Okay. All right, so the motion is town staff shall produce all communication, including emails and records of telephone calls with JDS Hydro since the inception of the study. Correct? Correct?
Emails and anything that was in records produced and whatnot. Everything, essentially.
Okay. All right. All right, what have you got as the motion, Amanda?
To that town staff provide all records produced between JDS Hydro and town staff.
Is that sufficient for your record, since the inception of the?
Oh, since the inception.
Is that sufficient for you, Bill, or do you want it laid out a little more?
And to bring it back to the board for our review within 30 days.
Well, if it comes to the board, it'll be in public, because it'll be at a meeting.
Isn't that what's already cleared? Yeah, so they should already have it.
No, this is more. All right, let's make sure we have everything in this motion that we want in this motion. All right, one more time.
That town staff provide all records produced between JDS Hydro and town since the inception of the study and bring back within 30 days to the board.
Is that what you want, Bill? All right, do we have a second on that?
Second.
Any discussion? Yes, Michelle.
I just want to clarify, all records produced includes any communication?
Can you put the word communication in there? Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right. Let's move on to Grand Avenue Street projects, the approval of SGM engineering fee estimate.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Trustee Mack and I met with the town staff, Corinne and Travis, on this issue on Monday last. As you will recall, the town issued a RFP for a street bid. Nobody bid on the project. It was on a per square foot type of bid. Nobody bid. The decision was made to go back and have an engineer develop a bid package so we could send that out for an RFP. This is the cost of $10,492 to hire that engineer to come in and develop a bid package and oversee any construction that takes place, in other words, be available and be there when it's being constructed to approve it. So we feel like this is a good idea since, you know, the street's going to be an investment that we make for many, many years. We have approximately $300,000 available. It's the number that Tammy and I were given for the street to spend. It's going to do approximately 2.5 blocks in Travis's opinion. But in order to get adequate or good bids, we need to develop a bid package for the bidders to come in and take a look at, and in order to do that, to do the final bid on it.
Okay.
So this pays for a bid package.
Okay.
And construction review.
Okay. Questions for Bill and Tammy? Yes, Michelle.
I have a question, but I truly don't know if this is appropriate at the board level. So I'll ask it, but feel free to decline answering if this goes beyond our scope. I wonder whether the development of a bid package and the management of this type of project is included in the job description of any of our staff.
That's a good question. I don't think it is. We have used bid packages developed by engineers from our different water projects, and we've also had the engineers oversee those water projects, and essentially that protects the town that we don't get shoddy work.
Okay, thank you.
You know, and it's just, that's where we're at today.
Yes, Tammy.
Just a couple of comments to add to that. Originally, this was supposed to be 3 full blocks, which includes the Grand Avenue 3rd Street intersection. Due to cost increases, it was reduced to approximately 2.5 blocks, so it would go just beyond the alley, beyond Poplar, between Poplar and the next block up east. If the bids come in at over 250, we'll probably have to look at shortening that project. And should this all go as planned, this project would begin approximately mid to late July, possibly about the time that the motorcycle rally is going on, but they customarily use 4th Street, so that shouldn't be too big of an inconvenience for them. So just wanted to add those few things in there.
Any further discussion? Yeah, Dave.
I was just wondering, a lot of times local municipalities here in Delta County are able to access the county hot plant and the county to be able to do paving, and I'm wondering if that can lower the bid costs.
Well, I think that the engineering bid will do cost estimates, and that will be a line item. You know, and we get it back, the board's going to have to take a look at it and make a decision what we want to do. But until we get an RFP out on the street, get bidders to bid on it, whatnot, we're not going to know. You know, last time we did this, last time the RFP went out, there was no bidders.
Anything else from the board? All right, anything from the public? Yes, Suzanne.
My mask is keeping me warm. It's a little chilly out here. I just want to point out, I'm glad you guys are taking this on. It's important to do this bid process right. But what was presented on the town website 2 months ago by the staff was a joke. It was an embarrassment. And it speaks to the lack of experience for these people that you've hired. So that being said, I thank you for taking the bull by the horns here and trying to get it done right. Thanks.
All right, can we get a motion?
I move that we approve the expenditure of $10,492 SGN Inc. for the engineering portion of the 3rd Street improvement.
Okay, do I have a second? All right, we have a motion to approve the $10,492 for the 3rd Street reconstruction for SGM. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, next up is ordinance 2021 to be determined, the amended tree board ordinance. Tammy. You did a lot of work on this.
Okay. So I did take these changes before the tree board, and they do support them. Some of you may remember that an incorrect article was cited in this ordinance, and that brought it before the board to change Article 3 to Article 7. So I did, after receiving an email from a citizen, take a really good look at this and found a couple of things that I would like to see changed in it, as with the tree board. The first one is section 2-7-10. It is the purpose of the town to promote and protect the public health, safety, and general welfare by providing for the regulation of planting, maintenance, and removal of trees, and remove within the town limits, and to say on town-owned property and within town rights of way. Looking further on down, there's hereby created a tree board which shall be advisory in character. Let's see, blah, blah, blah. And input to the town administrator, town board, and board of trustees, and town staff. Would like to add those to this ordinance. Also, originally the tree board was tasked with a lot more than they were comfortable with, including providing advice. So they were made sorry, I lost the word, advisory in character. Since they are advisory in character, the tree board had originally said, we just want to look at trees. We don't want to look at all of the woody plants, all the shrubs and everything. Now that they're advisory, they're more than comfortable with looking at all of the woody plants, all of the trees. So we would like to add, therefore the tree board recommends, therefore the tree board recommends that adding as defined, trees as defined under Article 5, Section 2-7-30 at the end of this paragraph, and that does give a full description of woody vegetation and trees as including woody vegetation. Looking down at Section 2-7-30, it is saying that the tree board advised the board of trustees, but in another paragraph just below that, paragraph D, it says that the tree board, when requested by the town administrator. So under the section 7-5-20, it does say that the decisions, let's see, the care and maintenance, et cetera, shall be made by the town administrator with advice from the tree board. So we would like to get this first paragraph to be in line with D and in line with the town code. And I believe that is it. I don't know if we want to go through these one by one, but I would just as soon get them all at once.
Yeah. Well, would somebody like to make a motion to get them all at once?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion that we pass ordinance number 2021 to be determined, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Paonia, amending Chapter 2, Article 7, Section 10 of the Town of Paonia Municipal Code as presented by Trustee Meck.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion from the board. Yes, Michelle.
I'm just wondering, since all of our other advisory boards report to the Board of Trustees, what's the rationale for this advisory board alone reporting directly to the town administrator?
It is currently in town code. That's the only explanation I would have.
Personally, I think it would be more consistent if we revised town code instead and had all advisory boards report to the Board of Trustees. And the Board of Trustees could direct the administrator to take action based on the recommendations of the tree board. And that's, I mean, that's kind of the flow with other committees, so that would make sense to me. But that's just my take on it.
So since we're addressing, you're getting prepared to address the role of committees anyway, would that work to get this approved and then work on that later on down the road when we're just talking about what the committee's tasks are, committees and boards?
Yep, as long as we consider that along with the other committees, I'd support that.
Okay, I was just going to say that things come up that regarding trees that the town administrator has to deal with on a daily basis, and maybe that's why they're reporting to this town administrator rather than to the board, which, you know, we only meet rarely and we don't really know about the trees anyway. The tree board does, and the town administrator does. That's probably why it is that way.
Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, anything from the public? Yes, Suzanne. All right, Suzanne, FYI, we have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Until we have to change the meeting.
I agree with what Trustee Pattison is saying as far as consistency of the boards. Is this something you're voting on tonight, or you're just looking at the amendments tonight? Because when you bring it to the board, when the tree board brings it to the board, it brings it to the public. I have right-of-way trees. I want to know what decisions are going to be made on my trees. I don't, the tree board, it's wonderful that we have a tree board, but a lot of them don't even live in town. They're not actually citizens, and they could be potentially influencing or impacting decisions that are made on the trees that I care for and I spend a lot of money on. So I would feel more comfortable. The town trees are owned by us, the people. And I would feel more comfortable that these things are brought to the people, which is you guys, the whole board, who then directs the town administrator to take action. And if there's an emergency situation, that can be handled differently or separately. But in general, I think it would be very good to have the public involved, which is you, the board, elected by the public of this town, before important decisions are made on these trees that can take 70 years to get to the size that they are. I mean, this is weighty decisions that should be considered very carefully. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right, we are at 9:59. And we still need to do the open meetings law review and the employee insurance annual review.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Bill.
would the board consider tabling those two issues until the next meeting?
I'm sorry,
The
trustee,
insurance thing is.
the insurance thing has a time limit to it. We
Right.
have to let the insurance company know what our decision is.
So would somebody like to make a motion to extend the meeting?
Madam Mayor, I'd extend the meeting for 15 minutes, provided that we table the
Open meetings.
the open meetings discussion and move directly to the insurance.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay, not hearing a second. Would somebody like, you're either up right now or we extend.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue our agenda for 15 minutes.
Do I hear a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, opposed. We have 1 nay. All right. So, next up on the agenda is the open meetings law review. Bo.
Thank you, Mayor. As per the concerns that were raised by the public in the motion that was made by Trustee Pattinson, I was asked to put something together. Included in the board packet is a brief memo from my office that outlines my take or interpretation of the executive session at issue, and then coupled with that are some additional materials that are not from my office but from Colorado Springs that have a broader update on sunshine law, open meetings law.
All right, discussion on this issue. Yes, Michelle.
It seems that we have an ongoing disagreement about the requirements of the open meetings law. I think the easiest way to clear it up right now, and then we're going to have further discussion at the SRSA meeting, would be to waive the attorney-client privilege specifically for this executive session, allowing the attorney to provide more detail about what was discussed in that meeting.
And that's certainly your prerogative. If the board wants to make that motion, you can do that.
I make that motion that we waive attorney-client privilege specific to that executive session.
Okay.
Second.
Further discussion?
I'd like to recuse myself from this decision.
Okay. Any other discussion on this? Bill? Oh, Mike, thank you.
I think the meeting was noticed incorrectly. It wasn't a complaint against Mr. Knudsen. It was a complaint about the board. Then Mr. Nolan here goes ahead and lays out the notification as it was made, and it leaves out the specific legal questions. The statute requires a statement of the specific legal questions. I see Ms. Budinger getting rather agitated. It's the process, right? Do we have to listen to this about the process? It's called due process. This is a law, okay, that is recently gone through an appeals process that has declared that it means exactly what it says, that you have to state it in as much detail as possible about the specific legal questions. And in fact, the ruling, it's not about this level here. They ducked the question of how much is enough for the notice, but they went ahead and said that the case that it was about did not make enough notice, okay? And I think...
If I may, I don't mean to interrupt, but...
Go ahead.
I think it's really important, the case that Mr. Bruner has cited with respect to what was included in the motion to go into executive session. And the Basalt case, the town of Basalt, they were specifically citing just the statutory provision. So it was, by way of example, an executive session pursuant to legal advice 24 CRS 246402-4B, period. That was the extent of the information that was provided by the town of Basalt historically for, I believe, a 4-year period in that case. And I respectfully think that the way that the town approached the April executive session, we had that citation with respect to the provision under state statute, but we also had as to the particular legal question that was being addressed in terms of a complaint that was filed by Ms. Watson. And certainly if there's the perspective in terms of if there was concerns about what that was, I think that that's fair criticism, to be honest with you. That being said, I think, one, we should totally distinguish with what occurred in Basalt versus the approach that was taken by the trustees. And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to kind of... I think it's a little bit apples and oranges. And then the second avenue or aspect is, I think it's important that we do have the transparency with respect to the executive session. And we've hit upon kind of a lot of things here with open meetings. We've got this training. I hope we're not putting all of our eggs in our basket with respect to this training. I think it's a broader approach and something that we always kind of constantly need to pay attention to. That being said, to Mr. Bruner's point, I do think we should distinguish between Basalt and the approach that we had.
Yes, I would say that it's more like a Macintosh versus a Gala apple rather than apples and oranges. Because like the difference was they made a very vague statement. The court said they're not going to address how much is enough. They made a statement that Basalt had not said enough, and they said that when the legislature amends a statute, and they did in 2001, and they added the words, in as much detail as possible. They said that there's a principle that when the legislature amends the statutes, they mean exactly what they say. And Basalt argued that going any farther would have violated attorney-client privilege, and the court said, I'm sorry, no. Attorney-client privilege does not extend to the question. It extends only to the advice communicated by the attorney to the client and that discussion. So the statute requires the specific legal question. As, you know, I mean, it's in English. So
I just respectfully, Mr. Bruner, I'm really, Mayor, I'm not trying to debate, but I would respectfully disagree because there was a specific citation for the purpose of receiving legal advice pursuant to a citizen complaint filed by Ms. Suzanne Watson against a member of the Board of Trustees, Dave Knudsen.
Which does not address the question at all. And we're not going to debate this. We're not going to get anywhere. But I think you're sitting ducks for a suit. Thanks.
Okay. Suzanne.
So again, it's the process that I think I am frustrated about, and I'd like to know more about. I don't understand the process and how that executive session happened. I know that matters dealing with trustees are not to be discussed privately. So when that executive session motion was made, it wasn't clear about what was actually going to be occurring in it. And then there was no opportunity for public to comment. So I wasn't sure if you even knew what you were voting to go into. So the motion was to go into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-64064B for the purpose of receiving legal advice pursuant to a citizen complaint, Suzanne Watson, against a member of the Board of Trustees, Dave Knudsen. Well, that's pretty broad. And I was wondering, what the heck would you even be talking about? I didn't know if it was going to be talking about the trustee, which I knew wouldn't have been proper. But so after I objected, a statement was made. We are not discussing the complaint. I got this off of YouTube. We are discussing the options that are available to trustees based on the investigation. Should they proceed in that matter, we are not discussing the allegations raised. Well, that was pretty specific there, but that's not what you voted on. You didn't know that that's what you were going to talk about in an executive session, was it? Because if you had come up with this conclusion before you voted, you must have decided this in a secret meeting that I didn't attend. It was really bizarre to see you going into an executive session without a clear description of why you needed to do it. I wasn't interested in hearing what you had to say in there. I wanted to hear the rationale, because executive sessions, I think Saoirse will tell you, and I know I agree with Bo Nerlin about putting the eggs in. Maybe we're expecting too much. Maybe I'm expecting too much. But they do say that you have to be very careful about executive sessions, because every time you go into one, it tends to undermine the public's trust. It creates a lot of like suspicion, what's going on. And this it was bizarre, just because it was so sudden, with no discussion, no opportunity to ask a little bit more. And I don't know if you knew what you were going into here. That's all. And then also a note here in Attorney Nerlin's statement. Knudsen recused himself after he voted to go into executive session, after he heard about my concerns. At that point, he recused himself. There was no discussion that happened before the vote to go into executive session happened. It was very rushed, and it made me feel very, very uncomfortable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
Just for the record, I recused myself and did not vote on that matter.
Yes, Tammy.
I am for a full disclosure on this for several reasons. One is, the thing I really like about being a trustee is we're always learning. And one of the things I found most humbling as a reporter is that sometimes we make mistakes. 24-6-4024H says no executive session for personnel discussions are allowed for any member of a public body, an elected official, or the appointment of a person to fill the office of a member of a public body or an elected official. So, lesson learned. there may be somebody who would counterpoint me on that one, but that's what I am reading. I also was surprised when we went into the executive session that what we were discussing, I believe, could have been discussed in an open meeting. It was simply, without disclosing everything, as it was stated before, what are our options? And I don't think that needed to be discussed in a closed meeting. So that is why I'm backing this motion. And I hope that we all use this as a learning experience. And just, I have submitted some information to Mayor Bachran on how we make motions. I think that we've been sloppy in making our motions, and I'm guilty of that too. I think we need to take this moment and use it to learn, release the information. There was nothing said in there that I'm worried about the public knowing, and let's move on. Let's learn from this and move on. Otherwise, it's going to haunt us until it ends up in court.
If I may respond to that briefly, and frankly, I just totally object to the fact that we went into a personnel discussion under H. Coupled with that, the trustees were provided opportunity in the executive session and then outside of the executive session. If they felt like they had an objection and that went outside the scope of the stated purpose, it was their ability to raise that objection. Lastly, I think it's fair by Ms. Meck to categorize that legal advice was given with respect to whether or not it would be appropriate to undertake an investigation and what that would look like. I have no issues with respect to the trustees releasing that information. My job as your attorney is to protect the information until you guys look to disclose it.
Okay. Anything else? All right, we have a motion and a second to waive attorney-client privilege on this case. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
Abstain.
All right, and one abstention. All right, we are down to, again, we really do need to deal with this health insurance problem. So, can we get another extension of the meeting?
Madam Mayor, since I'm making a lot of extensions, how about 15 more minutes?
All right, do I hear a second? Okay, thank you, Karen. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're extended for another 15 minutes. All right, Employee Health Insurance Annual Review. So, it looks like that maybe our best options for this is the United Healthcare that I'm looking. Let me get to the right page. Yes, it looks like the United Healthcare. What staff is recommending is that we go ahead and approve the United Healthcare with both options, and then staff can choose whichever option that they feel best suits their needs. Okay? Any questions? Yes.
Can we get more detail about the dates provided? Because I see a starred July 1st, and then on the next page, or 2 pages down, a starred August 1st, and there are different totals on those,
Right.
so I'm not sure what that means.
And so staff recommends that we do the July 1st one because it's cheaper. Yeah, the price goes up in August. So if we accept it in July, then we get the July price versus the August price.
Are we creating overlap with our current plan, and what's the cost loss by having 2 plans in effect?
Won't have 2 plans in effect, just one.
So are we canceling our other plan and getting a refund for the remaining months? Okay. Next question, on the totals line, are we looking at employee cost, town cost, combined? What is that?
Yes, Cindy.
Just to correct a misstatement, we pay our current plan month by month. It will no longer exist as of August 1st.
Okay. So that there won't be any overlap because we just won't pay that month and move on to the next plan.
Okay, so we're not under contract and required to pay
Right.
for the month of July?
Right.
Okay.
And then your
Yeah,
other question about the
totals line. So when you're looking down at the bottom where it says totals, and we've got the amounts for the employee, the dependents, and then the total, is that cost to the employee, cost to that town, both? Is it annual? What is that?
The town picks up, I believe it's 90%, is that right? 90% of the employee cost, except in the case of the administrator. I think there's some exceptions to that. We have paid part of the family on the administrator. Everyone else pays their own family costs. So let me go to that page for a second, Michelle.
It's page 151.
Thank you. My scrolling is not very accurate at this late hour.
The other way.
I'm on 151. And it's not showing that.
No. Here's 151.
Okay, thank you, Mary. So,
Just take the computer.
it's easier to move the microphone. It will depend, of course, on which plan the employee chooses, but you just go down that list, and what the town is paying is 90% of the employee cost, except in the case of Corinne. We're paying 90% of the employee cost plus the dependent cost. And then everything else, anyone else
Oh,
that
wait,
shows...
Cindy's waving her hand.
Okay,
I
wait a
think
minute. No?
All right. All right.
Take it.
I have
Okay.
to, I'm sorry. So, this is the 1 month premium for each employee that has chosen to take the health insurance at this date. The town pays 90% of employee, and the family depends on how long the employee's been here. If they've been here more than 5 years, then the town pays 90% of the entire family plan. The town administrator is 95% of the family plan.
Okay.
What we don't know is how many employees hit that 5-year mark. I think that's what would help, Michelle.
Yeah, I would like to see the total change in cost for the town over a year. I think that would be really helpful information in making this decision.
We wouldn't know that until the employees have chosen a plan.
Right, right. And so we have to make the policy for the employees to choose the plan to see how much it's going to cost. So that'll come out when we talk about our budget. It'll be part of the budget discussion. So at this point, it's like, so our two choices are, if we go back up and do, all right, scroll, baby. So our current plan is Rocky Mountain HMO. And we are looking to do United Healthcare. And the Rocky Mountain HMO is going to end in August, period, correct?
That's correct.
So it won't be available. So we can either wait till August and take the higher prices on the insurance for United Healthcare, or we can do United Healthcare now.
May I make a motion?
Sure.
I move that we accept the two plans, but I move that any employee who chooses the higher cost plan pays the difference in the cost to the town between the one that's a 1.9% increase and the one that's a 6.9% increase. That is, the town will pay 90% of the lower cost United plan, and if an employee chooses the higher cost plan, they would pay the difference between the 90% of one and the 90% of the other.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I second it.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Cindy?
So to answer the question that you asked is which employees, the bottom three are the ones that have not been here. the 5 years. So they have, everybody else is, the ones that say EE are employee only, the FA is family, the ES is employee plus spouse, and the EC is employee plus child.
Yes.
I can make a comment on it.
All right. Yes, Steve?
By approving this motion, what we would essentially be doing is taking away a benefit that we have promised our employees. We would now try to force them into a lower paid plan because the commitment we made at previous meetings was 90%, and I just think it's being too cheap with the employees and not giving them the choice. We promised a benefit of 90%, so I'll be voting against the motion.
Any other discussion? Yes, Michelle.
Respectfully, this is not a lower plan. This is a higher cost plan than what we had previously, so I think it more than meets our commitment.
Other discussion?
Cindy did a lot of exploring and a lot of outreach to other plans to find out. So would you give us a summary, please?
Just a second, please.
Exactly.
So I have taught, home loan is a, what I'm going to call a they service, or they hold many different insurance providers. So when they quote, they can quote any provider that's out there. I also talked to CEBT, which is a specifically for a municipality. It was substantially higher, plus they were doing, right now Rocky Mountain's doing age-based. They were doing a employee-based. And so it was substantially more expensive. Then the county pool, health pool, that's also, it's a combination of municipalities and multiple providers. They also were doing a employee-based rather than age-based, which made it substantially higher. I also contacted Home Loan and found out that there are other options for corporate employers. However, since we're a municipality, we do not qualify for, they cannot provide those to a municipality. It's only corporate. It's kind of like when we do our investing, there's certain things a municipality cannot invest in where corporations can. This is the same kind of thing. They can't provide us insurance as a municipality in the same way that corporations can. I also called CML. We had an idea of going through Connect for Health, letting the employee go through and get the stipend. However, if we paid the employee, we would have to pay the employee that amount, and it's up to the employee if they want to buy the insurance. And it has to be monitored, it has to be re-reported, and it can change. It can change on a monthly basis, and the government can change the overall program at any time. And if their payroll changed, it would change their stipend, and they could have to pay, the employee could have to pay back Connect for Health up to hundreds, or not, thousands of dollars back to the program if their increase messed up their stipend. I just don't feel that our employees, I don't think it's fair to our employees to ask them to risk that. But I did, and it was not overly recommended, but I asked CML, and they did say that we could do it. However, we would have to make a lot of policy changes in order to be able to do it if that's what we chose to do. But they really weren't very positive about it. There was also another, like a self-funding, where we could self-insure, but that was too much risk. I feel like that's too much risk for the town. So, we got a quote from United and from Anthem. That is the only carriers that have doctors in this area. And I don't think we want to be sending our employees to Denver to see a doctor.
Thank you. All right. So, Michelle, I almost got all of your motion, but missed a piece of it. So could you restate that, please, for me?
I will try. My motion is that we adopt the two plans, but any employee choosing the higher cost plan would pay the difference in the town cost between the two. So town would pay, as we've done, 90% of the United Silver, the lower cost version. And if the employee chooses the higher cost plan, they're going to pay the extra cost above the 90% of that lower cost version.
All right. Any more discussion? Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the table to adopt the United Healthcare plans, but those employees who choose the higher plan would pay the difference between the 90% of the lower cost plan and the cost of the higher plan. Yes?
Stated more simply,
Thank you.
Town would pay 90% of the lower cost plan for all employees. Any employee would be free to choose the higher cost plan if they choose, but town's only going to pay 90% of the lower cost plan.
Okay.
Does that make more sense? I'm sorry, it's very late.
It's very late. Okay, the motion is to adopt the United Healthcare plans and that the town will pay 90% of the insurance on the lower plan.
We need to extend the meeting.
Yes.
No matter how long they've been here.
We would pay the commitment that we've made to the lower cost plan. Any additional cost related to the higher cost plan would be borne by the employee.
Okay.
So whether that's the 90% of the employee, the family, whatever, we would pay our current commitment of the lower cost plan. And we need to extend the meeting.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yes, we do need to extend the meeting one more time, hopefully.
5
only.
minutes.
All right, we have a motion to extend the meeting by 5 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right. Does everybody understand the motion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Hey.
You want to do a roll call?
Trustee Bear? Aye. Trustee Budinger? Trustee Johnson?
Aye.
Trustee Knutson? Trustee Mack?
Aye.
Trustee Pattison?
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. All right, I am going to suggest that we skip the reports for this week. And if there's no objection, I am going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there to a very late hour.